Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Aaron.
Hey, James, you there?
I am here.
Cool. All right. I'm just working on making sure I can get Keynote going. Hey, James, you there?
I am here.
Cool. All right. I'm just working on making sure I can get Keynote. Hey, James, you there?
I am here.
All right. Just working on making sure I can get Keynote.
Alrighty, you want me to test this with you real quick? Alrighty, sir.
I should be able to put my screen up here in about a minute and a half.
All right.
All right, I'm ready to share my screen.
Fire away. Oh, nice.
Is it showing the slides?
Yeah, give me 15 seconds and I'll let you know about on Facebook or YouTube.
Okay.
All right, it looks good.
And I'm gonna hit the forward just to make sure everything is smooth here. Second slide, good?
Yep.
All right, cool.
It's got this really ugly dude on it, but yeah, that's good.
Man, that's a picture from 8 years ago. I wish I still looked that young.
Kids, that'll do it to you, right?
Yeah. How are we kicking it off? Just 8 o'clock we go?
8 o'clock, you do your thing, man. I don't know if you want to intro or anything. I was just gonna let you do your thing.
Are we recording this at all where I can take it back and slice it up for something else?
No, I wasn't planning on it.
It's on YouTube Live, so we should have a copy of it though, right? So
I think so.
cool.
If not, we could just do it all over again next weekend.
Yeah. There we go, 8 o'clock.
All right, brother. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna mute myself and watch you in the other room.
All right, sounds good.
All right, brother. Thanks, man.
Yep. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to GNVirtual. It's really great to have everyone, if you have actually woken up this early on a Saturday during a pandemic, to see a guy like me give a presentation about cultures of innovation and what in the world does that even mean. First, who am I? My name is Aaron Dixon. I'm the founding partner and CEO of Collective & Co. We are a distributed starter studio. We focus on growing the humans in organizations. We do that through providing spaces, of one of which we have out in Alachua at San Velasco Tech City, and services around helping companies grow their humans and build innovative products. So what is it that you think when you hear the word culture? A lot of times it can feel a little bit icky, right? Like anytime that we say culture, some of us roll our eyes. Okay, yeah, we get it, right? But in some instances, you see, well, like trust falls, the corny things, company retreats, which are great. Sometimes it's just out of touch leadership. The second part of this equation is, what do you think when you hear innovation? Innovation can spur itself in many ways. Some of the things that people on this call might, think of immediately: IDEO, Skunkworks, hackathons, even maybe that crazy guy, girl team that does all the fun stuff in the company. You look at them and you say, "Man, I really wish that was something that I could be doing. Why is it that I'm not on the innovation team?" So, what do you think when you put them together? When you put them together, what do you feel? Culture of innovation. What does that make you feel? If it's any combination of those things above, there's a good chance that culture of innovation, the phrase, doesn't make you feel anything good, nothing great, right? In fact, you might even be thinking, okay, boss, what next, right? So say your leadership brings you into a meeting and they're like, we want to create a culture of innovation. Yay, right? Everyone in the crowd, everyone in that audience is saying, okay, boss, what next, right? Looking at their watch, how to get back to work. But let's say there's buy-in and there's, that like first push into creating this culture. Everyone's on board. It's possible that these things come to mind, right? Agile, and there are a number of these frameworks: Lean, Scrum, Safe, Less, STAD, Crystal Clear, XP. Huge push into Lean and Scrum Kanban recently. safe, less dad, less known, but pushed a little bit into the enterprise. Crystal Clear and XP, for us software developers out there probably know what those are. They're some of the originator early on versions. And what other version of that someone might practice? You're thinking design thinking and human-centered design. You could be thinking lean startup or building MVPs, or some other framework or tool set that your company or yourself has adopted over time, thinking I'm innovative. So what we're starting to understand is that these are just tools in our tool belt. We use these as people who do jobs, right? So these things alone are not innovation. These things alone do not help you create that culture. They are great tools in our tool belt, things to pull from to help us do our jobs every day and stay mindful of the fact that we are trying to create a culture that is innovative and growth oriented. So if not the tools, then what? And this is a quote from me today. Don't get me wrong. Believe me, I love a good trust fall. I'm a very big guy, 6'4", 250 pounds. So it's funny to see people try to catch me at these things. And honestly, I love company retreats. I think they're great. They're some of the best times as an organization that we all come together and really buy in around some value sets. But sometimes those things kind of fade quickly, right? And most leaders are not that out of touch, and all these tools are considered great for a reason. But it takes more than these short-lived events and tools to make and inspire a culture. So how is it that we achieve long-tail innovation culture? And I want to start with a question or a few questions. First, have you ever had the feeling we are all doing all the right things? The energy coming out of our retreat and hackathon is great, but the energy just fades too quickly. We implement the most up-to-date and modern tools, but our teams still don't seem to be firing on all cylinders. Why is it? What is it that's making us have these questions, feel these things, even though when you look at all the metrics on paper, we're doing it right? Everything should be innovative and growth oriented and success. So what I want to do is lay out a little bit of a framework to how do you kind of achieve culture, and these are more human-centered things. So step one is autonomy. Autonomy is hugely important for humans to feel like we have ownership over the things that we do, of how we do our jobs. Yes, we have deadlines and goals and company values; those are a thing. Over time, though, location-based outcomes are becoming a thing of the past. I think that this pandemic has shown us that we can all work on different schedules, and sometimes this is even, preferred over the in-person things. We believe that setting a North Star, providing opportunities to understand the tools and get out of the way, and just let the results speak for themselves. At the end of the day, it's results that matter, and not if those results were achieved 9 to 5 at a desk under the watchful eye of your manager. Secondly, we're looking at accountability. So autonomy breaks down pretty quickly if you aren't holding yourself and your team accountable. Without accountability, autonomy is pretty hard, right? So first and foremost, self-accountability is paramount. Next, we have to hold our team direct and indirect accountable. So when you, if you're not working solo and you're on a team, it's important to keep yourself and your team in check, to have a set of shared values around common goals, and then hold each other accountable to those things. And this can be a very fragile balance, especially at first. Trust is hard. So step three in this is mindfulness. And as I just said, let's face it, trust is very, very hard. We've lost it again and again from pretty early on in our lives in many cases. We are all born creative in our own way. So why is it that many of us feel like we aren't? We say, well, I can't code, or I can't design, or I can't come up with new ideas. And a lot of that is built around fear of one thing or another that's causing us not to trust, to not be vulnerable with our ideas or questions about others' ideas, right? So this is not just a vulnerability or a trust that if I put myself out there and I give my ideas to the world, that people will accept them. It's also the fear that if I question or just dig in a little bit deeper to someone else's ideas, that they may take it as if I'm combating against them for some reason. And a good question here is: have you ever felt like you want to say something but are afraid it'll be taken the wrong way, so you don't? And in that moment, innovation has been stopped in its tracks. Right, the best ideas don't come from the innovation team or from the innovation head. They come from from the bottom up, the grassroots efforts. And lastly, we're looking at intentionality. Um, why is it that the first three items are often missing? And we believe that it's because there's a lack of focus and intentionality around these things. It's really easy to say, take these things or even the tool sets that you saw before, slap them into some cultural values, put them on the wall. We all do it, and say, that's it, and then get back to work. And every day we wake up with no purpose, no direction, and just live our lives. And this is very normal. But without that intention around building an organization and a culture this way, and everyone from the bottom up, top down, living these things, it's very easy to slip out of the growth mindset or out of a culture that we're all trying to build. So I want to end it by saying, I think the future of work is looking very, very different now, right? We, as a society, we're pushing up against this idea of work from home, of remote, of being able to get our jobs done outside of the normal hours. And the last 2 months have forced us to re-examine what work looks like. And we believe that if you create a space where we have autonomy in our work and we hold ourselves and each other accountable, we have trust enough to be vulnerable with one another, then innovation will come from places that you never expect. It won't just be the head of innovation or the innovation team. A culture of innovation inspires a growth mindset and unlocks the learner in each of us. And that's really what it's all about, is a desire to keep learning, to keep growing, to not be afraid, to, go try, to dance in the rain. We were all born creative. And with that, let's create. And that's it.
Thank you so much, man. That's freaking awesome. I do have a question, and
Sure.
I walked in the other room, so I can't see if there's questions on YouTube. So I'm going to ask my question and then listen to you and run in the other room and see if there's other questions. So,
Sure.
have you dealt with essentially the part where you talked about, the innovation and the questions essentially come from the grassroots, not the head of innovation team? How do you deal with culture of fear? Of basically, if I'm afraid to actually speak up. What advice would you give to the people that are afraid their idea is stupid, or to that extent?
It's really hard to give advice, right? I mean, so in that state, you've had this built in over a long period of time, and as we said, trust is very, very hard. And so I think from a leadership lens is a little bit easier to look at it, right? So uh, you have to have patience as a leader, right, to kind of continually show that trust is there. And for those who are truly afraid, it may take a very long time for them to actually put some of their ideas out there. But as they see in those moments that someone else had an idea that may even be really off the wall and they think is crazy, right? But the leadership or the teams have said, oh no, we're going to listen to that and we're going to give it merit, and we're going to work through it in a mindful way. Those barriers start to come down. On the other side, if you're looking at someone who, if you are someone who is finding it hard to trust, know that you're not alone, right? This is very, very normal. And we see this in imposter syndrome as well. And we all have it, right? I have it. Even though I've been doing this for years and years and years, at every step of the way, I'm encountering some new level of imposter syndrome where I'm saying, I have fear around, do I put my idea out there or not? Um, and it's hard, right? So I think that it's not an easy answer. It takes time, patience, perseverance, and you have to do it when you feel it's right.
Awesome. And you talked about, the leadership, and obviously the leadership just isn't born with the ability to do that support. Do you suggest any tools to, allow people to submit these, ideas and start the discussions and disruptions?
From a leadership lens or just from a
Yeah.
company lens?
Yeah. If you're a leader and you feel like you don't have that communication channel outside of your team, or if you have if you're in a large group, or even if you're in a small group, and you need to extract those, or create that culture to make it easy for people to basically start those discussions. Are there any tips and tricks there?
I wouldn't necessarily say tips and tricks, but if you're asking that question, you're halfway there, right? Um, if you're a leader who is actually asking that question, then you know what's going on, right? Um, I think it takes doing the work day in and day out, right? We are we are animals that are full of ego, that find it hard to truly listen, to actively listen. But if we practice that every day, it'll become more natural. So as far as tips and tricks, if there were tips and tricks, everyone would do it, right? It's hard. We've been um, shown, throughout our lives that we need to get in line to do the thing this way, to manage, to not lead, right? Management is a thing that was born out of necessity, but it is it is pervaded our education. So I think it's one of those things that it's just doing the work, right? Like every day doing the work. Something that's really worked for me is journaling in the morning and at night. So in the morning, waking up, understanding how I feel, and then at night, uh, journaling again, and asking myself those questions. And what that really is that's intentionality around trying to grow, right? So uh, maybe it's journaling morning and night that is somewhat of a tip or trick.
That's awesome, man. I greatly appreciate that. Hey, I know you've been quite busy, so I'm just going to take a minute here to plug you. And I went up and saw your space and thought it was absolutely amazing. Would you be open just to give us a quick update on your space and what you guys are doing up there?
Yeah, I would love to. So we've been out there, I don't know, almost a year now, but it took us a little while to build it out. As you well know, we got a kind of warm gray shell of a building, and we kind of listened to our members and our community and tried to build the things that would have the most value for them. And to be quite honest, this pandemic has really shined a light on things that are important to us and where we want to take the space. So we are more of a membership, an entrepreneurial membership club than we are a co-working space. So what we really offer is $50 a month, and you have space to come and create, right? So um, we don't necessarily have permanent desks like a normal co-working. You get, a 24/7 access to our space. We have content studios. We have a stadium and stage with full AV. So if you have the need to create a presentation and record it and stream it somewhere, you can. And so we're really focusing on this content studio model now, but with the idea that we want to support the creative community at the end of the day. And we want to create a place where creatives and people who want to grow have a place to come and feel comfortable and kind of go on that path with one another.
Yeah, I really love it, man. It was quite impressive. Good work up there.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. And just real quick, if someone wants to get a hold of you, or wants to talk a little bit more, did you want to share an email address or?
Yeah, so I'll go back here. Easy enough to find me on Twitter. I'm real responsive there, either at my Aaron B. Dixon or B Collective and Co. Twitter. You can also find me at Aaron at collectiveand.co. It is .co, not .com.
You rock. Thanks, brother. Enjoy the
Thank
rest of
you.
your weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty, there we go. I think that's set up. James, I'll need to swipe the share screen from you, I think.
Sorry, sometimes you forget how to use the mute button. Yep, I just did that so you can share now, brother.
Cool. Alrighty, there we go. I think that's set up.
All right, give me 10 seconds just to verify on the screen. Actually, awesome.
Should be up.
Yep, 10 more seconds. All right, man, we can see it on the live stream, so fire away, brother.
Beautiful. All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Blake Anderson, and so the focus of this talk is going to be on software maintainability, which is all about changes to software that's being made over time. There's a lot to cover with maintainability, but I'm going to hope to give a good overview of what's involved. So for some background here, I'm an undergraduate student at UF Computer Science. I am the founder of Society of Software Developers, which is an organization about software development and design. So this is heavily related to that. I'm also one of the leaders of the Open Source Student Network. I do open source work with an organization called Sponge. And then I've also been researching programming language design for the past 2 years, with a particular focus on API design and enforcement. And so as we'll see, that's going to be pretty related. So that being said, so what is maintainability? So maintainability is really a measure of the work involved to make changes to software. So if I have some type of code base and I need to go and fix something or add something or whatever, then the more maintainable software, it's going to be easier and faster to do that with. So there's an implicit question, which is, why is it necessary to change software, right? For what reasons am I changing software? And so a very simple reason is if I have bugs or issues. Software isn't perfect, so obviously there are going to be some problems, and those problems are going to need to get fixed. Another reason is that clients and users are requesting features, and so the new features have to get added at some point. This is true not just in the sense that the environment that the problem you're trying to solve is changing, but you also need to kind of keep evolving in the product that you're building in order to make sure that other competitors are not catching up to you as well. So if you're never updating your software and adding new features, then you're eventually going to get stuck and no one's going to end up using what you've built. And then in addition to that, dependencies themselves can make changes too, which have an impact on your project. So dependencies are making changes based on bugs and features the same as you are. And those changes impact your code as well because you're relying on that dependency to implement what you are. And so there's an important thing here with dependencies, which is that the other aspect of maintainability is ensuring that the changes that you make don't cause other issues. Part in terms of your code, but also if you're a dependency for someone else, you don't want to be causing issues in someone else's code who's trying to use your stuff, because that's going to be problems too. And so there are a couple of main factors that really affect the maintainability of a project. So one of the first and foremost is the design, right? The software design, the architecture behind the system is going to have a huge impact in reducing complexity and just making the software overall just easier to understand. If you have a good design, that also really makes it easier to add features, because then you can just kind of insert it in because you've already kind of considered where you might expand later on in the process of designing it. So another piece is documentation. So documentation really helps other developers. So whether that's a team member, people who are using your library as a dependency, or even future you directly, in order to keep track of what's going on in that. And so this kind of includes the documentation for any type of components in your code, as well as the behavior that's going on. And then on top of that, even just code comments as well. And that can be really helpful for understanding. So you also have dependencies, once again, for pretty much the same reasons, in that dependencies, everything that a dependency is doing impacts your project as well. So if a dependency does something that hurts maintainability, that can have an impact on your code too. If they break something, that can have an impact on your code. There's also testing. So testing is not only helpful just for making sure that you get the code correct first time, but also in that you're not running into issues if you're changing things as well. Pardon me. And then there's the process as well. This is kind of a little bit separate from software. So it's not just the development process, but it's also in terms of the organization that you work with. If you're in an environment where people are really open to making those kind of changes that can help maintainability, and there's not a lot of hoops to jump through, that can be really beneficial. At the same time, it could be detrimental because if there's not enough review going on, then it makes it really easy to add something to a project that is going to hurt maintainability. So there's some type of balance of ease of making changes, as well as code review going in to make sure that what's going into the project is going to help it long term. So we're going to focus on design documentation dependencies for the most part, and these are going to kind of form the basis of APIs stuff. So first question, how much do we rely on other code? And so right now, things here are going through a Zoom call, and then they're going out to a YouTube stream. So obviously, there's a lot of reliance on that here. This itself is a Google Slides presentation. But even in our code, we're relying on all kinds of things at that low level too. If I'm writing a simple Java program, I'm relying on the Java standard library. I'm relying on the JVM in order to run that. And I'm relying on the operating system to implement a lot of the heavy lifting for all the things that need to happen. So, and that doesn't even address the dependencies that I've intentionally included in the project just to make things easier on myself. So there's a lot involved there. So I took a look at Create React App, which is just a simple thing to set up a basic web application. And so here are all the things that were brought in. There are a lot. This will kind of just keep going a little bit. But all of these are dependencies which I have for better or worse in my project. And so they're certainly all helpful in a number of different ways. But I also have to consider the implications of looking at this from maybe a security perspective. If I'm putting this out into a production application, then I want to minimize the chance that a dependency breaks something which has an impact on my code and shuts something down in production, right? Because if I break something in production, especially if I'm doing something like a sales website or something else, that could have really large impacts on the business, right? Minutes, seconds of downtime can have major impacts. So in total, this project had about 1,000 dependencies in it, which was way more than I expected actually setting this up. So that was a little interesting. So that being said, we're going to kind of jump into the main piece here, which is about APIs. And so APIs is kind of a way we can qualify talking about maintainability by considering how APIs of certain projects change. And so when we think about API, we tend to think of some type of external application or another program talking with some application that I'm making, right? Facebook has an API, Twitter has an API, Slack has an API. All of these things are APIs where I can send something out to that project or that service and get information back from them in result. But on top of things like that, there's also APIs internally, right? If I have different modules or different classes or functions, then all of those things have APIs too. And if the API of something changes, then that'll have an impact on the rest of the code base, which is making use of that. So all of that in total forms its own API ring per se. So there's one level of the API, which is external, but then there's another level of the API, which is internal, and that happens with modules. And then the same thing goes for everything inside the module, right? And the same thing goes for that. And it kind of keeps working its way down until it reaches some type of basic unit. But changes to those APIs can have impacts throughout the rest of the code. And so the nice thing about this is that it won't have impact on external code, hopefully. But we'll see in this example here, it can have impact in other ways that are really significant too. So even if it's not changing the API of a separate project, you can still have a lot of projects which are large enough where those API changes make a difference. So for example, if you have a team working on a website, that front-end group is relying on the API provided by the back-end group to make sure everything is going all nice and dandy there. So likewise, that back-end group is relying on the database schema, which is effectively the API for the database, in order to make sure that their back-end is communicating with the data storage properly. And so then you have a group of people doing testing, which is presumably kind of testing everything. So they're relying on everything else. And so if the people in the back end decide they're going to make a change to the API, they have to communicate with the group working on front end in order to make sure that goes well. And so this is more obvious when it comes down to these largely segmented projects, but this can apply at much lower levels too with things, because we ideally want to kind of segment projects up into clear, concise functionality where we don't have to worry about everything happening there at once because it has a single focus. And so that really helps with understanding as well. And so I want to introduce a concept called design by contract. Some people might have heard of this before, but this is something that has been really helpful for me as kind of a mindset for development. And so design by contract is basically the idea of building specifications for functions through the use of preconditions, which are required to be met by a caller, and then post conditions, which are what's implemented or done by the implementation. And so this is effectively a definition of what the API for some type of function is. And so by combining all of these functions and adding it to higher and higher levels, you get an overall API for the project. And so an example of this that's reasonably simple is a square root function. And so if I were to have something like the square root of 16, then I pipe that into the function and I get 4 as the result. If I had something like an arbitrary x squared, then I get x as the result. But under design by contract, we want to start thinking about what preconditions must be true about the number that's being passed in. For example, let's consider something like 7. If I pass 7 in, the square root of 7 is not going to be a whole number. And so this function is either going to start returning decimals, or it's going to have to do something very different, right? So we need to figure out what it does there. Another consideration is what happens with negative numbers. If I give it -7, then I'd be getting something that's a complex number out the other end. So that's a consideration too. And so what we can effectively do is start trying to specify a contract for this by looking at preconditions and postconditions. So if I have a precondition that says the number must be greater than or equal to 0, then I don't have to worry about negative numbers. And so complex results are never going to happen. And so I can focus on saying that this is a function that takes a decimal number and returns another decimal number, and keep things simple like that. There's also some edge cases with infinity and stuff, but don't worry about that. So -7 won't be a possibility. So 7 is going to be one of the inputs. And so what does this return? Well, it could return 2.6. It could return something more precise than that. So we kind of need to consider how we define that. But we're also saying that the result is the actual square root of the number, right? We'll specify that it's some precision. So in this case, it's literally so precise it's going off the screen. But when we're looking at this, we have the square root of the number, and then we have plus sign. And so we're specifying that the result is the positive square root, because 7 would have 2 square roots, right? Positive 2.64 in that, as well as the negative version as well. And so we kind of have to pick one, and we shouldn't switch back and forth because that could be very awkward. And so in this case, we effectively define a contract. It might not be a perfect one, but it's a pretty reasonable one that got us thinking about how are we doing error handling when we're considering negative numbers. And so if a negative number happens, we've kind of broken the precondition of the function. And so the function doesn't even support negative numbers, so that's just an error, right? We're also looking at things like, okay, we are returning decimal numbers. And so we might even want to get into how precise is it? Because we could get into it is extremely precise as the computer can do, or it's close enough because maybe we can save some performance there. So some other considerations. So the last main thing here is API compatibility and versioning. So building on this example, we have something like this function. So we have the precondition that the number is greater than 0, and then the post condition, which is that the result is the positive square root of the number. And so we can start kind of labeling this as version 1 of this function and take a look at another version and see what's changed. Right, so in this case, we're basically just allowing for negative numbers. And we're saying that the result is the square root of the number as before, but we're going to say that the sign matches the sign of the input number. So if I were to give something like -16, I would get -4 as a result. And so that's one way of handling negative numbers. Now, something like this, we can see that for positive numbers, it would have the same behavior. Something like this could be something like a version 1.1. It would pretty much work for everything previously, and that would be fine. But if we kind of go down another level and we consider things like nan. And so we can say, okay, nan goes to nan, that's fine, that doesn't break anything previous. But if we're now saying that the result is a complex number, and that something like a negative now becomes, the positive and then plus a I mixed into there, then that's going to break the API, right? Because we've made that change where the result for previous things, which have been defined, is now changing. And so that's going to result in something which will break the API compatibility here. And so this would be something like a version 2. Okay. So overall, so why design by contract? So the main idea is that specifying API behavior is the first step for compatibility. And compatibility is kind of the step toward maintainability in that regard. Because when considering maintainability, you want to make sure that the API is being consistent over time and that changes you make are not breaking the behavior expected by people using what you are. And so when you're specifying this, developers are more likely to address edge cases. And then on top of that, users are more likely to be aware of edge cases, right? And this is directly related to design and documentation, right? Developers are considering those when they're designing it, and then they're also documenting it in terms of the contract so that users can be aware of those types of cases and what happens. And so the other nice thing is that contracts put the API in code, which can do automatic verification and prevent documentation from becoming outdated. So the very last thing here is I want to quickly talk about investment. So most of you have probably heard of this thing called LeftPad. Basically, it was this giant project that was used that had not a lot of code, and it was taken off the internet, which crashed a lot of different systems for a reasonable amount of time. It got fixed quickly, but it was a problem that affected a lot of the internet. So this thing was used by 1.2 million different repositories, and that was it. And so there was kind of an idea of, oh, this was this huge thing, but we'll never have that happen again. Well, as of last Saturday, something like this happened again. There is a thing called isPromise, which is in the Create React app thing that I used earlier, which is why I used that. And so this was used by 2.5 million thing, and its downloads was 10.4 million a week, which is 40 times what LeftPad was. And the code was even shorter and simpler. And so all these issues are breaking pretty much the entire ecosystem. But the question is, why don't we see this for API issues? And so the reason we don't see this for problems with the API is because all of those issues are there, right? They're all on the issue trackers, they're all filed as bugs, all these types of issues. Because the 90% of cases that do work well and work with the API, no one has an issue with, and they work well enough to run software off of. But the 10% of cases that do cause problems are the ones that end up here, right? They work in most cases, but not all. And unfortunately, these are far larger than any of the others. So when it comes to maintainability, we have to really consider how the API affects things. And so making sure that we're compatible in that regard is be really helpful. And defining and specifying what the API is going to be really beneficial for minimizing the number of issues that can occur when we're working with dependencies. And that's everything. So I think I have to give a 15-second or so wait here for everything to catch up. But yeah, so I don't know if you have any questions or related things. I'm still looking at slides here. But yeah.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for that. We a little short on time. I had a question, but I'm going to save it. I'm going to shoot it to you in Slack, brother.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carla Ruffer, and I'm going to share with you some tips and tricks for planning your Walt Disney World vacation. I am a Disney fanatic. Before I moved to Florida in 2017, I had been to Disney World 4 times in my life. And since moving here, I've been about another 22 times. So I have picked up a few things I'd love to share with you. I do have some information for beginners as well as some more pro tips. So let's get started. One thing that surprises people when planning their Disney World vacation for the first time is how early you can start planning. You can book your package, which is a hotel and tickets, sometimes flights, up to 364 days before your first day of your trip. You can book your table service, which is just your dining reservations, 180 days before your first day. You can book your fast passes, which I'll talk about in a little bit, 60 days if you're staying on property, or 30 days if you're staying off property. And the obvious response is, I don't know what I want to eat 180 days from now, which is a good point. And this is not to say that you can't have an amazing Disney vacation with less planning time. You can. I have done that as well. But you will have less options. So if you are able to use the windows available to you, I strongly suggest it. Travel agents. There are many travel agents that focus specifically on Disney, and not just Disney World, but all Disney. I have used travel agents in the past and current. They do not get paid by you, they get paid by commission directly from Disney. So that's a good thing for you, but also they get paid by commission. So you want to make sure that you're getting a reputable agent who isn't going to upsell you or isn't going to not tell you about all the deals that are out there that they know about. So one way to do that is to get a recommendation from someone who has used a travel agent in the past, or search for an agency that has diamond earmark. And that means that Disney themselves is saying that this is a quality, trusted travel agency. My Disney Experience is the website and app that you will need an account for in order to make any Disney plans. You can book your hotel. This is the same case if you do have a travel agent. They will do all this stuff through your account. But you can book a hotel. You can make your dining reservations. You can make your fast passes. When you're in the park and you have the app, you can see the wait times for the different rides. You can see what time the parades and the evening shows are. But also one great thing is you can connect friends and family. So if you're traveling with another couple or maybe an extended family, then you can connect your accounts so that you're able to make dining reservations and fast pass bookings together, so you're still able to travel and do all the stuff together. A little bit about food in the parks. There are 2 service levels. There is counter service and table service. And table service is the one I mentioned that you can book 180 days in advance. That is your traditional restaurant. You have a server, you have a seat that they take you to. You're going to have more options at a table service, and it's going to be better quality. Although I will say that that is an area that Disney still needs a little improvement on. There are some just as expensive table service restaurants that are really for the atmosphere, not for the food. But there are a lot of amazing restaurants there too. The only drawback for that is that table services take longer. So you're taking an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more, depending on the restaurant, out of your day. And do you want to do that? Something you want to think about. Counter service is no reservation needed. It's exactly what it sounds like. You walk up to a counter, you give your order to a cashier, they give you a tray of food, and then you go find your own table. Now that's going to be your more generic park food, burgers, fries. But Disney has done a really great job in the last couple of years of adding healthy options at every location and vegetarian options at every location. Those options are going to be limited, but you do have the choice. One great thing about counter service is that you can do mobile ordering. And you do that through your app. You choose your food and you pay through the app, and that allows you to skip the lines at the counter service restaurants. You just, when you arrive, you say, I'm here, and then they ping your phone when your food's ready and you walk up to the mobile service counter and pick up your food. Benefit of that is you can go find a table without a tray of food and drinks with no tops carrying. Also, counter service lines are really long and they're a little confusing. I'm not quite sure where the lines start. They're just kind of mobs of people. The only thing is that that does take a little time, mobile ordering. So you can't walk into a restaurant, see how long the line is, and then decide to do mobile ordering. At that point, it's about the same. You might as well get in line. So what I suggest is if you're in a ride line and you know the next thing you're going to do is eat, then go ahead and put a mobile order in while you're waiting on your ride. When you're done with your ride, you can go ahead over to that restaurant and tell them you're there, and that will save you some time. Dining plans. Dining plans are prepaid meal plans. They are only available for people who are staying at Disney property resorts, and it is attached to how many evenings you're in that hotel. And it also depends on what kind of hotel that you're in. So if you're in the value resorts or the lower level resorts, you get 2 counter service meals a day, plus a snack. Actually, all of them have a snack, so that's nice. If you're at the moderate resort, you get 1 counter service and 1 table service a day. And if you're at the deluxe resorts, you get 2 table services a day. And the main question with dining plan is it a value? Is it worth it? And it really depends on your style of travel. As I said, table service can take a bit longer time. So were you planning already to sit down and have 1 or 2 meals every single day? There are some table service restaurants that take 2 credits, and they're usually ones with characters that walk around and let you take pictures of the tables, or really fine dining restaurants. So it's kind of just trying to figure out what makes the most sense for you and your plans to see if dining makes sense for you. So think about that first and then try to calculate the dining plan value. Fast passes. So fast passes are a window of time that you're given to go to the fast pass shorter line at a ride that you're assigned to for that hour. You get 1 hour of assigned time plus 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after for a particular ride. So if you pick Space Mountain at 4:05, then your window of opportunity to ride Space Mountain is 4 o'clock to 5:10. There are 2 lines at every ride, and that is the standby line, which is your traditional ride line. So you walk up and they have a time posted of how long it's going to take you from that point to get on the ride. And you have the fast pass line, which will show the time that is that window has started. So that 4:05 or 4 o'clock time that you can get on the ride. Every person who is at Disney with a ticket has 3 free fast passes a day. You can get additional fast passes if you've used up all 3. You can do 1 at a time additionally. And so if at all possible, if you want to like front load your fast passes so that you use all the 3 that you get for free, and then you can add and add and add throughout the day as availability is there. It's not necessarily there. There are 2 parks that have a tiered fast pass system. That's Hollywood Studios at Epcot, and that means there are certain rides you can only pick 1 of per day, and the other rides you can pick 2 of per day. Choosing fast passes, one tip is that if you have a high priority ride, like I am absolutely going to ride this no matter what ride, then I suggest looking towards the end of your trip. So if you're going from Tuesday to Saturday, look for that ride first and check Saturday, Friday, Thursday, and so on, because of that 60-day window of booking your fast passes that I told you about. So at the end of your trip, you're competing for fast passes against people who basically have the same timing as you, and they've got to start choosing at the same time as you did. If you're trying to find a fast pass to the beginning of your vacation, you're competing against people on your same schedule and people who were finishing up their vacation. So they had a few days head start on you to get fast passes. So look for those things towards the end of your vacation. It doesn't always work, but it has worked for me occasionally in the past. If you have a larger group, I suggest splitting up your two groups when you're booking fast passes. So what I do is I have two browsers open, and I log in my Disney experience on one for me, and I log in as my sister on the other one. And I book 5 fast passes for her and 4 fast passes for me for the same ride. And we have considerable overlapping time, so we have plenty of time to ride together. But I'm able to find more options for a group of 5 or a group of 4 than I am altogether as a group of 9. And if possible, you know, sometimes your priority is the rides, and so this is not possible, but if at all possible, think about where things are in the park when you're booking fast passes. If you're in Epcot or Animal Kingdom are 2 particularly large parks. So if you're on one side for a fast pass and then your next fast pass is all the way on the other side, and your dining reservations back on the other side, you're doing a lot of excessive walking, and there's already a lot of walking. So consider that if you can. If not, pick the rides that you want. Hotels, staying off or on property. Off property, the obvious benefit is cost. Even when you factor in the amount of parking, you can get really cheap, really nice, really nearby housing, but you do lose a lot of perks that you get when you're staying on property. On property, you get free transportation to the parks and the shopping center from your hotel. If you're flying or part of your party is flying, you get free transportation from the airport to your hotel. You get extra magic hours, which means you can get into the parks an hour early than the general public. That makes a huge difference on busy days. It does depend on, it's not every park every day, it kind of rotates. So you'll need to find that out. You can also charge to your room. So you don't have to bring any cash or cards into the parks. You can charge your food and your shopping. Just, you know, be careful, that adds up pretty quick. What to bring. So in my backpack, we always have a collapsible water bottle or bag because you can get free ice water at every station. And I also have lots and lots of water fountains. We use that a lot. I also have what I call my mom pack, which is basically a makeup bag that's got Band-Aid, sunscreen, hand sanitizer, over-the-counter medications, Ziploc bags, great extra hair ties. I also have a poncho. There are occasional days I absolutely know it's not going to rain, not even a little bit. I won't bring it, but I do have a smallish compactable poncho that I generally have with me just in case, because this is Florida and it rains. So definitely bring that. And I also, only on days I absolutely know it's going to rain, because this does not collapse very well, I have these. They are shoe covers for my tennis shoes. I don't have to wear special rain shoes that I have to break in or possibly get blisters from. They just slip right over my tennis shoes or my regular tennis shoes. They've got good grip. My feet are dry and my socks are dry. You will look stupid, so there's that, but I guarantee you'll look stupid with dry feet. So, and you will absolutely have somebody who is asking you where you got those. And just so you know, I got these on Amazon, and this is the exact brand that I use personally. It's not that expensive. It's less than $20. And you can just search for rain shoe covers off of Amazon or on Amazon as you like. Yeah, so I thank you all for listening to me, taking some of these tips and tricks. I'm not a travel agent, but I would be happy to answer any questions that you have. Feel free to email me. And hopefully any day now, we will be able to get back in the parks, and I highly recommend that you try a Disney vacation. Thanks so much. Muted.
Do you want a question or are you good?
Oh, I have a question. Yeah.
You don't.
Okay, I know. Everybody watch that.
Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Good morning, Kat. Give me 10 seconds just to make sure that it's streaming.
Okay.
All right, you're good to go. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, James. Good morning, everyone. Really appreciate you all waking up on a Saturday morning. Oh, wow. I'm getting playback. All right, cool. I think I've figured out the timing on this. Anyway, good morning again. I'm Kat Meskia. I'll be talking about a couple of different design thinking methods and how we James, I'm getting a feedback loop set.
What is a feedback loop? Is that like a Zoom setting? Do you have YouTube open somewhere?
Good call. Good call, James. I had YouTube open. All right, now that we figured that out.
No worries. Take it away.
Anyway, I'm Kat Meskia. I'm the director of design over at 352. I lead the design team over there, and I'm in charge of upskilling and strategic thinking. So what does that mean? What that means is I'm trying to take my background from the industrial design world and leverage a design thinking process. Design thinking processes are varied across companies. We'll review a couple of them in a second. But basically, they're a way of taking a user or human-centered approach to problem solving. That sounds very design-centric because it has the word design in it, but there are some principles of it that can be applied across different disciplines. And that's what makes me really excited about the double diamond. So before diving into those examples, I just want to kind of talk about what we can take from design thinking processes. Like the name suggests, or as the name might not suggest, it's not truly a set of prescriptive steps, but it's more so the ability to adapt your process and know which tools to use according to your project goals. In this way, you're not falling victim to the mindset that I'm sure a lot of us have faced in projects where it's like, okay, we get the brief, we do this, we do this, we do this. And as much as we would love to hold on to that predictable checklist, I'm sure all of us have run up into points where maybe the scope is changing, or we've run into a problem that delays timelines, or we uncover a new finding. That's where design thinking processes really shine, because it's not a set of we have to do all of these and this is what you can expect. It's more of describing different phases of a project without having it be linear. Design thinking processes also are a way just to standardize your language and identify expectations. This way you can have more focused conversations to ultimately problem solve instead of jumping straight into solutioning. This way you are still open to opportunities as they come in throughout a project without being tied to a list of prescriptive steps. Design thinking processes also put people first. So in this way, you are starting from a standpoint of trying to understand people who are going to use your service. You're trying to understand their needs, and you're trying to understand their aspirations and motivations. Design process frameworks also are a very easy tool to help communicate visually and inclusively. It allows people into your world and creates a level playing field for communication. A lot of times in the professional world, we sometimes feel like we have to speak in a lot of jargon to gain credibility. What that ultimately does, it creates barriers between different parties, and then we're not actually able to dive deep and understand a problem fully because these walls have gone up. What we really want to do is leverage a process or a mindset that helps give us a shared understanding of problems and ideas. Ultimately, we want to be able to collaborate and co-create and simplify complex realities into ways that we can break down in simple conversations. So let's take a look at some different methods. One of the earliest design methods that you might be already familiar with is the D School, which stands for Design School up in Stanford. What they kind of subscribe to and talk about is, again, starting from a place of empathy. In this way, they work from left to right. It's still very much stage gate approach, but this was kind of the genesis of moving through different areas that build on top of one another without making it cool. You get the SOW signed, then we do a kickoff meeting, then we do this and this and this and this. It was more themes around what should be happening in order to move on to the next phase of a project. So D-School method, a lot of people are still using this. Nothing wrong with this. What we like to do is we want to see pushed a little bit farther. Then the Interaction Design Foundation took kind of this basis of what the D-School had laid out and applied more visuals to it. They added loops to show that these are cycles within cycles within cycles, and breaking it out into 3 main themes. So we had inspiration, ideation, implementation. Again, really great process, would highly recommend it. Personally at 352, we found this still a little bit prescriptive. Even with words like prototyping, a lot of people can get in the mindset that, oh, this is only for technologies. Oh, this is only for UIs or UX or digital products. But really, this was where conversations started expanding, where prototypes were no longer little unrefined interfaces for someone to interact with and test, but were becoming more, hey, what do you think about this idea? You might be familiar with the terms low fidelity and high fidelity prototypes. In those ways, these are just little objects or things or ideas that you can put in front of people to get a gut reaction. They don't necessarily have to be refined or tied to a technological solution. For the Interaction Design Foundations process, again, really great framework, but we want to abstract it farther. This is IDEO's framework for innovation. They've gone through a couple of iterations. This is their most current model. Again, you'll see those distinct 3 phases of inspiration, ideation, and implementation. Here, you don't see specific stages again, but what they're doing is showing kind of the natural flow of a project. In different parts of a project, you are going to be coming into it from a place of expansion or divergence. What that basically means is you're imagine like reaching out your arms around a project and you're trying to gather all the information you can. You're not quite sure which direction to go in yet, and you shouldn't. This should be the time where you're gathering all the information, asking questions, and then you come to a point of convergence. Trying to go from the start of a project immediately to a point of convergence is where a lot of conversations can be skipped. And it's kind of necessary just to remind yourself that, hey, this is the natural flow, and skipping different parts, you want to be intentional about them. Not to say that you can't do it, but this is the framework that's starting to help us create a mental model of how we should be approaching solving problems. So IDEOs, love it. We want to push us, again, just a little bit further. The double diamond is the process that I'm a personal advocate for at 352. This is the one that I teach all our designers and advocating it across are different disciplines. The Design Council created the double diamond as a way of taking all of these different approaches. They've looked at D-School, they looked at IDEO, they looked at how other people were talking about how they approach design. And when I'm talking about design here, I want to very quickly side note that design is truly just the practice of trying to understand problems. I'm not talking about design in terms of finished UI or UX or graphic design or product design. All of those fields and more live under design. The core of it is just problem solving. So in 2004, the Design Council came together and they looked at all the different design processes that are already out there. They really wanted to look at developing a model that was easy to understand, easy to follow, and easy to communicate. So I'll walk through this a little bit. You can see that there are 4 main sections. Similar to IDEO, where there's points of divergence and convergence, which is really all the double diamond is representing. Again, let's focus on the shapes of the diamonds don't matter. This is just a physical or a visual representation of an abstract idea. Different parts could be different sizes. This can be applied macroly and microly. But what you'll do is you'll follow along with framing of the problem. So we'll start with discover. If we start on the left-hand side where you're first presented a problem, and this could look like a scope of work, this could start with a problem statement, and depending on your field or where you are in a project, this starting point could look very different. Because this can be applied macroly and microly, it's a very flexible model for applying it whatever type of project you're on. But either way, we'll start on a problem. With this problem, like IDEO's model, we enter a phase of discovery. This is where you're trying to collect insight into the problem. This is a point of divergence. Again, we're trying to wrap our hands around all the information. This isn't the point where we're trying to filter things out. This is merely a period of collection. That's when we'll get into the area of defining. At a certain point, you'll feel like, okay, I feel like I have all the information to truly understand the problem. That's when you can start filtering it out. Like, oh, what pieces seem most important to me? And that's where, if you can imagine coming down the diamond, is the convergence. You're converging on an area of focus. From there, you'll have a better idea of what the true problem is, and you can start ideating and developing potential solutions. This is the part where you don't want to filter out ideas yet. The whole point is that you're letting yourself be a moment of divergence. So you're just letting your brain and your team explore all the different possibilities. From there, you can start evaluating based off a defined list of what success looks like, what is your acceptance criteria, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't want to do that as you're developing potential solutions because you might be cutting off the flow of ideas. From delivery is when we'll be working to creating the solution. So that's a little bit of an introduction to double diamond. We wanted, again, to push it just a little bit farther. This is Dan Niesler's double diamond. It looks crazy, but we'll walk through it step by step. One thing that we found with just trying to apply this as an abstract solution is very much tied to reality, that our teams are used to working in a more tangible space. Dan Niesler's double diamond is an evolution of the original Design Council's model. Again, if you look up double diamond online, a lot of people have created their own methodologies, their own interpretations, their own applications. But primarily, it still goes back to those core elements of what a double diamond is. So for Dan Niesler's double diamond, it starts from a place of not knowing and a place of what could be, and we're moving to a place of knowing and should be. I personally like how he breaks up the different parts of the diamond. So the first phase, the first marriage of diverging and converging come together into you're looking to design the right thing. Whereas the second phase, when you're developing and delivering, you're trying to design things right. It's a very simple distinction, but that's the whole point. It's a good reminder again that you can't just jump into delivery and implementation without dedicating time to truly understanding your users, your stakeholders, and understanding the problem, and then defining all or synthesizing all the information that you're hearing. When you move through these phases of divergence and convergence, what you're doing is adding an extra layer of clarity. In the discover phase, it's the place where you're trying to understand and you're trying to move past assumptions. This is honestly the part where it's going to involve speaking with a lot of people. And depending on what your role is, sometimes it could be speaking across different teams. It could be talking to your users. It can be talking to stakeholders. It's basically a point of information seeking. When you move into define, it's when you're taking all of those insights from the discovery phase and you can define the challenge in a different way. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced this, but sometimes you get a scope of work or a project challenge that you're like, this doesn't make sense. I have no idea where this came from. Is this a true problem? Is this a true need? And that discovery and defining period can help you clarify and add a next layer of understanding to it. So development, after you're able to move into development, is where there's this nice little intersection between the two phases. Dan calls it the how might we question. You might call it your strategy. You might call this like the point of activation. Basically, where these two diamonds come together is where now you feel empowered to actually leverage all of the things that you learned. So with your new definition, you're able to better ideate solutions that you can feel are the right thing instead of just trying to build something for the sake of building it. And the deliver and implementation, again, is going to look slightly different. If you're a designer, implementation could look like finished UIs. If you're a developer, it could be the full build. But you can apply this macroly and microly in terms of even in your own design process. Maybe if you're in the refinement period of your UI, you can start this again, where you're like, I don't know, if you're moving from a place of don't know, I don't know which patterns to be using. Well, you could take this again and run through the diamond on a smaller scale. And that's why we ultimately like this model, because it is very flexible, it's not prescriptive, but it helps give us a framework to communicate with ourselves and with other people. So I kind of talked about what this looks like in practice when running through the different areas, but I wanted to give a little bit more understanding around this. So as practitioners, how can we use this mental model? Well, it's a great way to giving us a new way of communicating with team members and clients, completely agnostic of technical terms. You can point to the diamond as a representation of where you are in a project, or you can use it to hone which questions that you want to be asking or what questions you're seeking answers for. It also helps paint a realistic process of the story by simplifying the complexity and showcasing nonlinear reality. And as much as practitioners, we want things to be an easy checklist, I've yet to see anyone's project go 100% according to plan. It's just another way of showing that we'll be flowing in and out of these different stages. It's natural, and don't panic if we don't jump immediately into implementation. In reality, what will set us up for success is moving through these other phases and cycling back and forth between those different areas. And as leaders, As leader here, I'm not talking about in terms of someone who's a manager or a director, but leader is anyone who is invested in their team. I'm assuming that's why a lot of you guys are here, because you're interested in pushing yourselves and pushing the people around you. So as leaders, we can use this as a tool to ask new questions and provide guidance. A lot of times I've seen designers asking, like, what tool should I be using to solve this? And I'll turn around and ask them, what phase are you in? What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to gather information? Are you trying to look at a method for determining what design you should move forward with? And because we have the double diamond as a common language, we can structure our conversations to be more productive. And ultimately, tying back to Aaron's presentation that kicked us off this morning, it helps us build a collaborative, there's a typo, a collaborative, innovation-driven culture. Because we're able to take those design thinking methodologies of having it be human-centered and coming from a place of empathy, it allows other people to share in the creation process. They're able to be bought in and brought in because there's no longer those walls of jargon separating practitioners and people who have the information but might not necessarily know how to talk about it in a way that makes sense. So that's how we like to apply the double diamond theory. I'm Kat Meskia. Thank you, James, for putting this on, and I will leave it for the next person unless there's any questions.
Thank you so much. So kind of ask you the same question, but it sounds like you already answered it, that if I asked you for, tool sets, what you use, you bet your answer, if I heard you correctly, is the methodology itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do have specific tools that I have kind of categorized in our own knowledge base based off the different phases, like different user research methods. Like if someone is in the discovery phase, I might recommend one method over another.
Awesome.
And we use the double diamond as kind of like our guiding light.
It's amazing. Thank you so much, Kat. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for putting this on.
All right. Good morning, David. Feel free to share your screen or your presentation. Excellent. We can all see it. Take a deep breath, unmute yourself, and fire away.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm David Flores. I'm going to be talking today about Bootstrap. So if we were to pick it up from the prior conversation, once you have done all the design thinking and you know what you want to do, the question is, how do you build it, right? And most of the people who will build websites really need something that's going to work across devices. And that's where Bootstrap is going to come into play. Bootstrap is a framework, it's a UI framework. It includes HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to make it easy to build mobile-first web applications or websites. What mobile-first means, it really means is that you have a website that is optimized to work on mobile, and the way they have built it is, and the reason why mobile-first is a term, is that these websites or this framework works perfectly on mobile, and then it scales up based on the screen size. And this will become very important when you're dealing with the grid system and different layouts, because you have to understand that Bootstrap is mobile first. So everything starts on mobile and then it goes upwards. So why use Bootstrap? It's a great question. Bootstrap is great because first it's open source. Then it has been tested by millions of people literally across the globe. And it's been used in production by many multiple websites. The other reason to use Bootstrap is because it works across all devices, right? So if you go and you look over the which devices it works on, you're gonna see that it pretty much supports every device. If you were to do this by scratch, first you're gonna have to collect different tools to make it work across devices, and then just have to do more work. So Bootstrap is it's a great framework. We always use it at my company, and I'm always advocating for more people to use it. So the way I'm gonna structure this today, it's gonna be not so much a presentation of your scene. I'm on a live browser. I'm going to do a very risky thing, which is trying to show you live how easy it is to use. So let's get started. So if you ever wanna get Bootstrap, the first thing you do is go to the website, is getbootstrap.com. Right now they're on version 4.4. Version 5 is going to come up in the coming months, I believe. It's already been tested. And version 5 is going to bring a lot of changes, but version 4 is pretty stable, and they really are supporting all the way to version 3 right now. The main difference between 3 and 4 is going to be the flex system, but also the fact that they are using on Bootstrap 5, they're not going to use jQuery. On Bootstrap 3, on Bootstrap 4, they're using jQuery. But on Bootstrap 4, they drop support for Internet Explorer 7 and 8. So if you're building an application that needs to have support for those, please use Bootstrap 3. There's going to be a small difference, but not a big difference in terms of Bootstrap 4. So for now, we're going to get Bootstrap 4. If you have never used it before, there's multiple ways of using Bootstrap. The easy way would be to use a CDN. If you go to the download page here, you're gonna find all the ways about using Bootstrap. You're gonna have the source files that you can download and then modify on your computer and add to your repository. You can use the Bootstrap CDN, which is all the minified files already living on the internet, so you don't have to do much on your website. Or you can use some sort of package manager like NPM or Yarn to download Ruby gems to download into your particular project. In this case, because we're building something from scratch and we're trying to do something easy, we're gonna try to use the examples here. I'm sorry, there's an intro. This one, the starter template, we're gonna start with this to make it, to see what happens, right? In starter template, you're gonna see it's an HTML layout. It has a title, it has the meta viewport that we need to make it mobile friendly. And that's pretty much it. Then it's just calling Bootstrap on the different style sheets that we need. We have the style sheet for the CSS on Bootstrap, and then Bootstrap has 3 different JavaScripts. So it has jQuery, Popper, and then the Bootstrap on JavaScript. So I'm gonna go ahead and add it into my index file here. So I have done one index page, just any regular file, and I'm pasting now. When you paste, you're gonna see right away that you can see the file, and it just says hello world like any other application, right? So how do you know Bootstrap working? Right now, it's hard to tell, but if you right click on it and you inspect, you're gonna start seeing Bootstrap stuff come up. Let me put this below. So you see here, things being pulled from Reboot, that's Bootstrap, just the root. So it's pretty much there. Of course, we're not doing anything groundbreaking here, so there's nothing much to see, but the font is Helvetica and not the regular Arial. So any website normally needs some sort of navigation. So let's start looking for a navigation bar. Let's see, open navigation. Okay, so here we have a navigation. Let's get this one. And what we're going to do, any navigation, of course, you want to put in below the body. And it's a little bit extensive here. So we're going to add here GNVirtual for the navigation. We don't really care about this drop down here. So let's remove that. And we don't want to do this form. All right, so we're going to have a regular, let's remove this, a regular navigation, right? So we're going to have two links, home and link. Now let's refresh. And now we have a navigation. So great. So what's the important thing about the navigation? The navigation first, we didn't have to do much, just copy and paste. As you see, we have two links. That's pretty cool. But the cooler thing is going to be once we go to mobile, you're going to see that now we have a hamburger navigation, and you can click on that, and now you're going to have two links, which is pretty handy. And this is where Bootstrap starts getting more and more interesting, because now we're going to have, if you notice, I'm testing for iPhone 10, but I can also test for iPad Pro, and it's going to give me another a regular navigation. So now we're seeing how this responsive behavior works. If we look for iPad, it's going to be a smaller navigation, hamburger navigation. So how do we control that? How do we make the hamburger navigation show on one screen versus show on another screen? Let me show you here. So when we add a navbar, we are telling where should it expand. So if we were to remove this expand large, it will always be on a hamburger. So here's on the hamburger, we don't see a change, but if we remove the mobile, now we also see a hamburger. So the way Bootstrap have done this, which is different than Bootstrap 3, is that they're telling you, you now have the capability of controlling when to show this navigation hamburger button. So in our case, we want to make it not expand on large, but expand on medium. So if we do that on every screen that's going to be medium or higher, it's going to be expanding. So my screen resolution counts as large, and so most of desktops count as large. And I'll show you where to look at that information in a moment. But what you want to see here is that now that we're on the iPad again, now it looks like a regular navigation. But if you go to an iPhone 10, let's say, you're going to see a hamburger navigation. So this is how you start controlling the behavior of what happens on Bootstrap on different mobile sites and devices. So let's see. Something that I don't know why the people of Bootstrap always does the example, putting the links on the left. I'm assuming because they assume people are reading from left to right, and it's going to be easier to have the links on the left. They always put it on the left, but I personally like the links on the navigations on the right. So how would you change this, right? So let's look at the navigation code for 1 second. So this is the navigation code. We start with a nav, then we have the link that's the brand, and everything on Bootstrap, if you see, it's always managed by different classes. So the classes are what's giving this build support already in place. You're gonna have different classes for the navigation. You're gonna have different classes for the color. In this case, BG light means that it's a light color. This is the grade. If we were to do BG dark, you're gonna have a different color, right? And so when you're using Bootstrap, what you're gonna care about is always the HTML syntax and the classes most of the time. If you're doing JavaScript, you're gonna have to take into account the IDs and whatnot. But most of the time, I would say probably 75 to 80% of Bootstrap is gonna be CSS and HTML. So then you have the button. This is what gives the navigation, the hamburger. This is the hamburger button. And then we're gonna have the actual navigation. So the navigation here is gonna show you the different options. So if you wanna add something that's not collapsed, if you wanna, move something to the center, you can just use justify content center. I believe it's the class. And now that will go to the center. If you want to move it to the right, you can just justify content right. Oh, it's not right. I'm sorry. It's I'll look up the right one in a moment. But yeah, that's how you can control the basic structure of this. Then the other thing that's extremely important when it comes to Bootstrap is the grid system. So the grid system, if you were to go into layout on the documentation and click on grid, you're gonna find how it works. So the way it works, everything on Bootstrap has a container, a row, and a column. So if you're using a container, it's gonna create a block that's gonna adapt based on the size of the device to be bigger or smaller. And then a row is gonna create one row like you see here, and a column is gonna create a column. Then there's a prefix that comes with the size of the device. If you could do call-SM or call-medium or call-LG for large, and that's gonna mean the different sizes. So for us, if you notice here on the navigation, this is on the left, it's a little bit to the left. So you can always add a container above it, a class container. And now you're going to have a navigation that is within the container. So now it's not going to go all the way. When you load, you see now how it has become dead center, but the content now is not there. So we can do the same thing with the content. Let me just extend this. And now you have the content, everything's aligned, right? So most pages, you start here with a navigation and then you want to have some sort of hero text, right? So there's a class called Jumbotron here in Bootstrap that is like the hero text. So I'm going to copy these really fast. So you have a hero text, a background, a lead. So Bootstrap have done all these really nicely. So we're going to replace our hello world with this Jumbotron. And now you have a cool looking site, it's starting to take shape. So the good thing about this is not that it just shows nicely here, but if you see all the components that Bootstrap has, it's gonna give you, the Jumbotron is gonna have a display number. So you can change the number from 1 to 5 and it's gonna become bigger or smaller. And then the lead text is gonna be kind of like what comes below, kind of like the subheading. And the same thing with the utilities. There's utilities, I'll show you in a moment. But there's different ways of customizing these to your benefit. And then the important thing to keep in mind is that this is going to be also responsive. I ran out of time, so James, let me know. Do we have any more time or?
Yeah, I give you 2.5 more minutes.
All right, 2.5 more minutes. Perfect. So just let me show you really fast the cards, because those are really good examples on something that's really cool. I'm going to show you here. Let's see, these cards, fine. I'm going to show you here how you can add different cards below, and then those are going to allow you to add a more diverse content. And I'm not going to go into all the details, but what I'm going to urge you to do, if you want to ever add more to these, I'm sorry. If you ever want to see what Bootstrap can do, just go to bootstrap.com. It's going to be very easy to kind of like get started. And you can see how you can control all the content really fast. If the thing decides to work, let's see. let's see. And I know it became a little bit uglier. Now, I was trying to put them side to side, but the idea here is going to be obviously that once you start using Bootstrap, everything becomes easier. I know, that's a problem with doing things like it. They sometimes work, they sometimes don't work. But yeah, check out bootstrap.com. Look over the examples, particular attention paid to the layout and the content. And that's gonna give you all the information you really need to make a website really nicely done. And yeah, I'm always a resource in the community. If you have any questions about Bootstrap, feel free to email me. My email is david@onwarddev.com, and I'm on Twitter at df_tweets. And then my company website is onwarddev.com, and that's onwarddev.com. So James, thank you very much for having me.
David, thank you. Would you mind open up your Sublime and just typing in your email address and your
Of course.
Awesome, brother. And I think the community agrees that you should definitely do a class on this for like rapid prototyping. You do a really good job on this, man.
Thank you. And then the website is, there you go.
Awesome. You rock, brother. Thanks again, man. I appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Good morning, Jason. Feel free to share your screen.
All righty. Good morning, everybody.
Awesome. Give me 10 seconds just to make sure that it's being blasted in the YouTube universe. Awesome. All right, brother. Take a deep breath. Fire away.
All right. Good morning, everybody. And for those of you in a different time zone, because I know we have just so many people here, good afternoon. I'm Jason Fry. There's my email website if you care. I work for a company called 1Password. We create a password manager. This presentation is not a sales pitch for 1Password. I'm passionate about this stuff. It's why I sought out working at this company. So this is about how a password manager can keep you safe online. I'm going to try to have some interaction here. So right now in the YouTube comments, I want to see who uses a password manager. Can y'all reply? And actually, I have no way of seeing this information. So I'm going to tell you a little secret. Everyone here uses a password manager, but we will actually get to that. So what is a password manager? In simple terms, it's just a program or a method to manage only your passwords, right? All of you already have a password manager in this simpler form. You manage your passwords either by using the exact same password for everything. This is absolutely terrible. Or writing them down on a piece of paper at your desk or something. This is also quite bad. Or you might even have an app, a complicated one or a simple one. In the more complex forms, it's a password manager is a program where you store all of your most private secrets and information like passwords, credit card and bank information, grandma's cornbread recipe, etc. And all of this information syncs to all of your other devices and makes it really easy to fill in this information when you're signing into a site, creating a new account online or what have you. So many of you already have it. You might have even this complex thing too. You might store your passwords and credit card information in your web browser, like Google Chrome or Safari. They offer this. Or you might have one of the popular dedicated password managers like 1Password, LastPass, Bitwarden, etc. So why do you need a password manager? Well, you actually need strong, unique passwords for every service you use. In this sense, strong mostly just comes down to how long and complex your password is. So here's some quotes from the Center for Internet Security, which sounds very official, so I figured I'd throw it in here. Cybersecurity experts make the recommendation for strong, unique passwords for several reasons. The first being that every day malicious cyber threat actors compromise websites and online accounts and post lists of usernames, email addresses, and passwords online. This exposes people's passwords, and worse yet, they are exposed with information that uniquely identifies the user, such as an email address. That means that a malicious actor can look for other accounts associated with that same person, such as work-related, personal social media, or banking accounts. When the malicious actor finds those accounts, they can try logging in with the exposed password, and if the password is reused, they can gain access. This is why unique passwords matter. So even if you have a service that isn't very important, it doesn't hold any of your banking information, none of your important information, and you use the same password there as you do at your bank, and that other place gets hacked, your bank can now be compromised, your account there. Second, and this is the rest of the quote, when malicious cyber threat actors can't easily find or guess the password, they can use a technique called brute forcing. This is a technique where they try every possible password until the correct password is identified. For this technique to be worthwhile, the malicious cyber threat actor needs the password to be easy to identify, which is why a strong password matters. The stronger the password, the less likely brute forcing will be successful. So if you know anything about this stuff, you know that there are, you can find this stuff online quite easily. You can find a list of the most commonly used passwords. And if I just go through them, I'm going to hit your password eventually, most likely, if you're not using a password manager or something like that. So great. We need strong, unique passwords, but there's a problem. Humans are incredibly bad at generating strong passwords, and even worse at memorizing unique passwords for every service. This is a stat right here. 100% of humans are bad at this. That's absolutely something I pulled out of my hat, but you get the point. You're not going to remember a 60-something character long password that has special characters and capital letters and numbers, and you're not going to do that, let alone for all of the dozens or hundreds of services you have online, right? This is just not feasible. So what are we going to do? You could use a random word generator. Those are online to generate all of your passwords, and then you could just write those down on a sheet of paper on your desk. But that creates three problems. One, how do you log into your email if you're not at your desk? Like if you're at a library or something. How do you prevent someone from getting your passwords if they just sit down at your desk? And remember that strong means long and complex. So now you have to type this long and complex password for every service. And you're going to have typos. It's just going to get really old really quickly. It's quite a pain. So how does a password manager actually keep you safe online? Any password manager worth its salt should provide the option to generate and store strong, unique passwords for every service. That way you don't have to go out and do it manually and generate it manually. And then protect all of it with whatever master password you choose, and then make it at least somewhat easy to input that password when you're logging in later to that site. So this is pretty much the overwhelming majority of what most users need. They just need help generating, storing, and later finding strong, unique passwords. So that's really what it boils down to. So I think a lot of you are probably pretty tech savvy and you get this, though I'm always surprised at how many very tech savvy people don't use a password manager. I was like that myself just a few years ago. So here, I'll give you some quick examples of how you actually use a password manager. So you create a new account online, whatever website you're going to. You enter your email address, and instead of using the exact same password you use for everything else, or smiley cat 42 or whatever it is. You create a strong, unique password with your password manager. You fill that in the password section of the website, and then you say this information. You say the website, the email address, and the password in the password manager. You're done. That's it. So let's say later you're on your bank's website and you want to change your password because you're still using your cat's name plus your street number. Very insecure. So you click on the link to change your password, and then it's basically the same thing. You generate a strong, unique password in your password manager. You put that in the password section of the website, save that information in your password. So we get this question sometimes from people of like, how does this actually work? It's not just magic. You don't just download a password manager and just magically protects you. You actually have to put this stuff in there, right? It's just like your vault, your safe, your whatever that you're protecting from, fire, flood, theft. You have to actually put the stuff in there for it to work. So you have to actually put these passwords in there. So now we're going to get a little bit into the details. This is not going to get very technical because one, though I kind of know this stuff, I wouldn't sound very, it wouldn't come across very good. And two, I don't think it's all that important for most people to know the technical details. So I'm just going to hit the highlights. So let's start with this quote by Andrew Carnegie. He said, "Put all your eggs in one basket and then watch that basket. Some of your most sensitive, important things in the world are stored in a password manager, namely your passwords. Imagine if someone gets access to all of your passwords. That's really, really, really bad, right? And a lot of password managers allow you to store more than just your password, like your credit card information, your bank. So this becomes really bad. So you want your password manager to be very secure. And therefore, because they're holding all this very important information, they are high value targets for malicious hackers. So the simplest thing for you to remember from all this is that you want your password manager to practice encryption in transit and encryption at rest. What this means is the data, so your password, your cornbread recipe, whatever, is encrypted on your device before it's ever sent to the company's database. And it remains encrypted on their database. So they don't have access to unencrypted. And no one has access to the encryption key except you. Now, this does mean that if you forget your master password, you're screwed. You can never unencrypt your data. But the alternative is that someone else, probably the employees of the password manager company, can get access to your passwords, which means that eventually someone you don't want will get access to your stuff. So that's kind of the security aspect of it, right? The other aspect is we want to make it easy as possible. A password manager needs to make this whole process easy, because the reality is, if I told you I have a free product that will make you much safer online, but it's going to be a pain to use and take 20 minutes of your time every day just to use it, you're just not going to use it. Just your average person is not going to use it. I probably wouldn't use it, right? So you've got, this has to be easy to use, no matter if you're using it on your smartphone or your computer or your friend's computer or the computer at the library or your tablet or whatever, right? So to me, this immediately rules out saving your passwords in a browser, which I think is pretty common for folks. They'll save their passwords in Google Chrome or Firefox or whatever. And I'm not questioning their security at all. What I am questioning is the convenience of that, because now all of a sudden your passwords are tied to the browser that you use. And if you're using your friend's computer, he doesn't have that browser. Or you go to the library, you can't download that browser because they won't let you, or whatever the case may be, and you just can't get your passwords now. So I just don't recommend that, because it's going to be inconvenient to use. But if you've been using it for a while and you're not coming up with these problems, I'm not trying to tell you to stop using it. I'm just, be aware of that if that's a use case for you, it's going to become inconvenient. So my advice then, what password manager should you use, right? I'm just going to say any password manager, any dedicated password manager that practices encryption at rest, encryption in transit, and that can't get access to your stuff, any of them will work just fine. I work at 1Password. There's a lot of other password managers out there, but in the end, we are all on the same team. We are all trying to keep people safe online. I don't hold any ill will towards anybody else in this industry. I wish them all the best. So there's a lot of really good ones out there. There really are. You have LastPass, which I used to use. You have Dashlane, Keeper, Bitwarden. They're all going to differ in the details of how they execute the security and their user interface and whatever. They usually have a free trial. Just go download a couple, whatever ones looks coolest or sounds coolest or whatever. If you truly want to get into the weeds, look into their security practices, or find a trusted source that's kind of reviewed them and that will tell you, hey, these guys actually don't practice that good of security, or hey, these guys practice really good security. There's constantly a trade-off between convenience and security. So if it's really easy for you to just get access to all of your stuff, and if you forget your password, somebody can reset it and so on and so forth, that's actually not good. At 1Password and other password managers, we go through quite a lot to make sure it's both convenient and secure. And it's really quite fascinating to me, at least, all these details, but I'm not going to, again, sort of throw them at you. So that's pretty much all of it. I hope anyone who's not using a password manager today goes out and gets one, and you start using it and start encouraging your friends and family to use it. I didn't get these stats, they're out there, but I think it's like the #1 reason people get hacked is just reusing the same password. Again, back to that example earlier, one service, one account gets hacked, that whole website gets hacked or whatever. They find your email address and your password. Then they go to Bank of America, they go to Chase, they go to all these other very common places, and eventually they're going to find the service that you use that has the same username and password that you used at this other silly little like hair cutting forum or something that's not really that vital, doesn't have any of your personal data really, you don't think, but it turns out it has your username and password, which is very important. So get a password manager, use unique, strong passwords for every single service you use. If you just do one thing to keep yourself safe online, that is it.
Awesome. Jason, you have a couple questions. Did you want me to hit you with them?
Cool, yeah, please.
Awesome. There's a lot of chatter about Chrome in their passwords, but one specific that I'm going to read to you. Hey, Jason, does Chrome use these best practices? Encryption in transit and storage?
I really don't know the details on that. I mean, there's a lot of people at 1Password who do, and that's like their focus. I'm a front end developer at 1Password, so while I know the details of what we do and how we do it, I don't know what all the other people out there are doing. I just look it up. I think you can find it though online. Yeah.
Awesome. And then I have a question, which is Teams. So we run Teams, and some of the teams I don't really want them having the password. Is there a way to share passwords?
Yeah, there is. Most password managers are going to, the more complicated, dedicated password managers are going to have that ability. I personally know LastPass because I used to use it, and I know 1Password because I currently use it and I work there. And they both have the means to share a single item or a group of items. At 1Password, we sort of use the concept of a vault. So you have your vault, maybe you have your personal vault, you have your work vault, you have your me and James vault, right? So I can put things in the me and James vault, and only you and me can see that one. The personal vault, no one else can see it but me.
Awesome.
So there's different ways of sharing, either like one thing at a time or a group of things. Yeah, most of them are going to have that ability. Yeah, so that if you're working on with a team at work, or if you're wanting to share the Netflix password with your family, or whatever the case may be, yeah, that feature is very common.
And then do you guys differentiate between a username and password, or can you do like API keys or private keys?
Yeah, most password managers are going to offer 5, 10, 15, 20 different sort of standard things that you can save. So a password for a login for a website, passport information, credit card information, bank information. But once you get beyond these things that they like sort of natively support, they almost all will have a secure notes section. We just put anything you want to in there. And then whenever you need to go look it up later, you just sort of type in the search section, hey, I want to find this API thing, and it'll pull it up.
That's awesome, man. That's also going to help me with my mom, especially if my mom can basically create that vault, and every time she
Mhm.
forgets her password, I can go in there and help her. So this was an awesome
Yep.
presentation, man. I greatly appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I did not get much into the details of all this. If anybody has any questions about which one should you use, I'm not going to tell you which one, but I can help you find the people who are reviewing these things, right? Or if you have any questions or want to get more into the details of how 1Password does it or whatever, feel free to hit me up.
Excellent. Do you want to throw up your contact info there, or?
Sure, I can go back to the first slide, which has that.
Awesome.
Jason@fry.team.
You rock, brother. Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Cheers.
I'll see you on YouTube.
Good morning, Jen. You want to go ahead and share your screen?
You see that?
Indeed. Excellent. Alrighty, give me 10 seconds, just make sure it's up there. And while I'm doing that, I just want to personally thank Jen for spending some personal time of creating our GNVirtual conference logo-ish, thing. I greatly appreciate that. That was very helpful. Excellent. We can see. Take a deep breath. Fire away.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, James, for putting this on. I know it's a lot of work to do this, and we really appreciate you doing it. I'm going to talk today about designing community, and I'm going to talk about the community that we've been working on building here in Gainesville. But when I'm referring to community, I really mean, you can do this with your friends, with your coworkers, your meetups, your networking, especially, I know some people are looking for work now. So networking will become important even in physically distant times. So some of these tips will be important. So who am I? I'm Jen. I'm the founding president of AIGA Gainesville. We are the local chapter of the Professional Association for Design. I'm also currently marketing and communications director at the College of Journalism and Communications with the online master's program. So AIGA Gainesville, I've heard a few other people, I'm not here to plug AIGA, but this is what my background is in, and this is my experience. So this is what I feel like I'm qualified to talk about. So I have a team with AIGA, and we all kind of talked about what it would be best to share here. I'm just representing the team here. So we are a group. We are not alone here in Gainesville with AIGA. The Professional Association for Design has 75 chapters around the country, more than 23,000 members, and we've been around since 1916. So it's not a new community, but we are new. We are 3 years old in Gainesville. I'm the founding president, but this is my team right now. This is how we meet now. This is how we plan now. I think you're all familiar with this. Here we are on Zoom now. So we came together almost 4 years ago to start the Gainesville chapter. Many of you are familiar with some of what we do, but as president of AIGA, I get asked some questions. The most common questions I get, what is design?
is probably the most common question. I think we could debate that all day. We've been hearing a lot of talks this morning where design is mentioned. I love this question and I hate this question. I love this question because design is very personal. Design it depends on where you work. It depends on what you do. It depends on who you are. And that's why our organization, I think, has a tougher time defining who we are, because we represent design as an industry, as a profession. And that's what we've been charged to do. And that's what we are a nonprofit. We advocate for design. So what is AIGA? That's a tough question to answer when you don't know how to solidly answer what is design. So we say, why should I join? My answer is always, you don't need to buy a membership to join AIGA. We just want to work together to help build and support a community where design thrives for everyone. So that means whatever design is to you, we want to help support that. We want to help your community understand what that is. And we want you to feel like you're a part of something bigger. So these are some of the things that we've done here in Gainesville. This is a UX meetup that we had at Infinity Hall. These are some of the events we started with in 2020. We were off to a great start. Obviously, things have changed. Here's our meetup at Collective & Co. Erin this morning kicked us off and talked a little about the space. We were able to really utilize that space in a variety of ways, all in one day. It was really remarkable. But what we've been tasked with doing is creating value for designers, but also for our community. If we are only creating value for a very particular group of people, we exist within this little ecosystem and we're not interacting with anybody else. We're not engaging with the outside world. Most people are looking for a sense of belonging and for a group to help support them. And when you support someone, you become more valuable, you become an important part of their lives, and they want to retain that. So that's what our group is tasked with doing. How can we become something of value to designers, to our community, but also how can we encourage designers to also become valuable to their community, so that people start to see design is important for their business. It's important that I hire designers. It's important that I bring designers in at the beginning of a process, not at the end. It's important that I pay attention to the way a product works. All of that creates value for a company, for a product, for a community. You can design the way a road works. You can design the way an election works. We are very familiar with that. So design has an impact in every aspect of our community. So they exist within the community that needs support. We try and support our community in other ways. We try and raise money for other nonprofits that could use community. We advocate for the value of design. Sometimes we write letters to local government and just say like, hey, that was an ill-designed plan. And that's how we can support designers. But we also provide workshops. We provide professional development. We provide networking meetups. We do drinks and design. So there's a lot of variety in how we build a community. So no matter your definition of what design is, I think that we can all agree that design is intentional. So how do we start with building a community and designing community wherever that may be? So we need to be intentional with our language. You need to be careful using jargon. We start to use a lot of technical jargon, especially when we're doing networking events or we're talking about employment opportunities, because we want to sound knowledgeable, we want to sound qualified. But when we're doing that, let's say we're hosting a workshop or a meetup, and we use very technical terminology or something that perhaps only advanced developers might understand. We need to understand that that can be very intimidating for newcomers. Kat talked a lot about the language in her talk earlier, that it excludes people who might not be as knowledgeable in the industry. But that also happens with just, events. If it's a group of graphic designers and they're talking a lot about, typefaces and graphic design terminology, then that might exclude a group of people who just really aren't that into it. And so we have to be careful about the language that we're using in just event descriptions or invitations, but also sometimes be explicit and saying everyone is welcome to attend if you want more people to attend. And then making sure that you invite people that you want to attend, making sure that you meet them where they are at and not just expect that they're going to find it. So the next thing is to get user feedback. We know that this is an important step when we're developing a product or in the design thinking process, but you have to get community feedback as well. This could be your coworkers, this could be your friends, this could be your, with it could be the rest of my AIGA Gainesville board, but it could be your community, and it could be people that you don't necessarily think are part of your community. You need to go and seek feedback. You can't just expect that someone's going to fill out your survey or they're going to see your social media post. You need to go and find people that are not as vocal and get that feedback that you may not want to hear, but you probably need to hear. You need to be open to criticism and understand that there's always more work to do and that this is always an evolving process. And then I think one of the most important things is to take care of your people. I think we're seeing this a lot right now with employers, people who are taking care of their people, making sure that they're staying healthy in this time of, this is a really high stress situation for a lot of employees, but also, we're taking care of children at home and working and trying to get things done. Productivity is a difficult circumstance right now. But for our, my board of AIGA, adjusting to maybe losing your job or working at home and trying to adjust to all of that, but also doing volunteer work on top of that and trying to take care of this community that we've built is a difficult task. So making sure that they have the bandwidth to do what they need to do to take care of themselves is important. It creates deeper connections between us. It allows them to feel supported, that they have a community themselves, but it also creates a deeper sense of loyalty. And that's really what community is about, is making sure we take care of each other and we feel loyal to each other. So there are a few things, to understand. So most of the work happens on the back end. We understand that when we're building something out. you see the end product, you see the front, but most of the dirty work is on the back end. The planning, going into something, the million meetings that happened before the event, the negotiations, the contracts, the speaker agreements, or whatever it may be. But sometimes it's just like I mentioned before, we have to send a letter off to someone, or there's actually a lot of that. Sometimes I just have to send emails in support of designers in the community. And that's not something necessarily that people see, but it allows community members to feel supported. So I think it's important when you're building a community to understand that most people aren't going to see the bulk of the work that you actually put in, and that's okay. There's always more work to be done. It's a prototype. There's always more to do. There's always more that there's gonna be a glitch. We're gonna break something and we're gonna fix it, or we're gonna find a better way, or we're going to have to completely stop what we were doing and pivot to something new. And that's fun and it's exciting, but it's also exhausting. And you have to understand that and build in time to take a break and readjust. So with that, if your community is taking more from you than it's giving to you, you do have to readjust. And by that, I mean, you should be receiving just as much support or growth from whatever it is that you're building than you are giving. And I think that's how we kind of get burnt out on things. And I think that it's important to make sure that you are checking in with yourself and making sure that you're growing through all of this. So I know I'm starting to run a little out of time. So I want to make sure that we touch on how do we do all of this while physically distant. Communication is really the key. So over communication, repetitive communication in a variety of mediums. A lot of people are burnt out on email communication. Some people are burnt out on social media. Some people are spending all of their time on social media. You aren't, there's no one way to reach everybody right now. And so you have to try a little of everything. Active listening. You have to look for the ways to find people and easy ways to provide feedback. Try a few question and answer sessions on social media, webinars, info sessions like this, where we're doing Q&As online, or customized and tailored experiences that allow people to connect with each other. You can do Zoom happy hours, webinars online. There's all sorts of ways that people are finding to connect. We've been sharing events with chapters across the country, and they've been opened up for everybody. And that's been an easier way for us to take some burden off of our team so that they aren't getting burnt out, but also connect with each other in new and exciting ways and support each other throughout all of this. So I know I'm low on time and I see a few questions, so I'll let James.
All right, thank you so much. So Taylor asked, so first he or she said, great tips, thank you. And wanted to know, do you have any recommendations to gather feedback beyond the survey?
I do think that sometimes you just have to talk to somebody. And I know that that's kind of, it seems daunting, but sometimes it really is just going one-on-one and having conversations with people and saying, how can we support you? I feel like that's the best way. If you actually, the number one question saying, how could we support you in what you're doing? And just listening to what they say. And sometimes your answer will be, hey, did you know that we're already doing this? And you can provide them right there with information that you're already doing all of these things. A lot of times you are already providing resources and they just didn't know about it. And that's kind of a cool connecting point. But I have found that sometimes the best thing is just to actively seek out people. Sometimes you can do it on the phone, sometimes you can do it in person, but just say, how could we support you?
Awesome, great answer. And then I was just kind of curious, do you see a differentiation between creatives working at home and then working at the office? And are they good or bad when it comes to their having the ability to be creative?
No, I mean, I think you have to be creative in different ways. I do think we've heard a lot of times creatives are the only creative in their office. So, you know, working at home or working in an office, sometimes you're still the only person doing that kind of work. And so it's a little isolating. And so I think either way, you need a way to connect with other people doing the same kind of work, or some inspiration, really. And so I don't think that, you know, you're more creative if you're around other people, but finding inspiration and ways to think outside of what you're doing day in and day out is important. So I think always looking outside of what it is that you're doing, no matter where you work, is
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. One last AIGA, anything coming up?
Yes, so we are doing virtual drinks and design on May 11th, and we will be posting the information on our website, which is gainesville.aiga.org, this weekend. So
All righty, you rock. Thank you so much, Jen.
thank you.
I'm hoping that's you, John. Well, feel free to share your screen, sir.
Okay, first audio check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Excellent. I can see your Ubuntu. And
Yeah,
John, the community voted. We want to give you 30 seconds instead of 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, give me 10 seconds. Just make sure it gets onto YouTube. All right, we can see the screen on YouTube, brother. Take a deep breath. Fire away.
Okay, so welcome. My name is John Tucker. The topic title is called Infrastructure, Application and Tools on AWS. And let's get started. So first, I'm going to break. What we're going to do here is we're going to explore all the various resources used to deliver a quote unquote application. And I'll break them down into sort of three categories of resources: the application layer, the tools layer, and the infrastructure layer. And again, this is just kind of a maybe have you appreciate the full scope of what it takes to deliver an application. So and we'll do this through, I'm going to do this through an example of a to-dos application, like allow user to create their to-dos. And in particular, I'm going to be using kind of exploring the tools that Amazon Web Services provides specifically. There are other cloud providers, but this is going to be about AWS. And the big picture here is I'm going to hopefully have you appreciate some of the complexity that's hidden underneath the layer that you're normally thinking of, which is just the code that's in the application layer. Okay, so this screen is somewhat intimidating. This is 17 different resources that we'll walk through quickly, like one-liners, and just show you that there's a lot hiding underneath the hood when you deploy an application and say it in a production environment. Okay, so the first set of tools we're going to talk about is Terraform and identity access management. So the first problem you run into is when you're deploying infrastructure, it can be very tedious if you have to like click and manually build each one of them, and it becomes somewhat error prone because it's very hard to control. So Terraform is a tool that allows you to do essentially your infrastructure as code. So instead of deploying by clicking buttons, you can write code, and the code will then deploy your infrastructure. So that's one tool. And another tool is identity access management. And in this case, you need to grant access to developers to be able to write the code. You need system administrators. You need to sort of internally create access. So that's what identity access management, that tool provides that piece. Now what I want to do is kind of walk through the front end tools or the tooling and infrastructure to support your front end code. So this is a to-dos app with a front end, a React app, by the way, and then the back end is going to be an API server. So here we have our React app. That's kind of the thing that you mostly think of when you are thinking about your application. So that's the tip of the iceberg. And then the first thing you need to do when you build an application like a front end, you need to have your built web application be stored somewhere on the web, right? And in this case, you can use Amazon's S3 service to host your application. The next problem you need to think about is how are you going to deliver that application in a secure way to your customers, right? And Amazon has a thing called CloudFront, which is a content delivery network, which allows you to deliver the application in a secure way to at the edge of, close to where your customers are. So that's what CloudFront does for you. Another thing you need to do is you need to have a DNS name, like www.todosorus.com or something like that. And Amazon has a service called Route 53, which does provide that service. Again, these are things that you're not normally thinking about if you're, sort of a customer, what's all behind the scenes. Now that you've got your application running, you need to have a mechanism, and this is the tools layer, to take the code and then deliver it into your infrastructure. In this case, first thing you need to do is you need a place to store your code. And Amazon provides a service called Code Commit. Of course, you can use GitHub. There's all sorts of ways of storing your code. Code Commit is Git based. That's where you store your source code. Next part of the puzzle is your source code is not the final application, the built application. So you need a build process that takes your source code and produces the JavaScript code that gets stored in S3. So Amazon has a tool called Code Build, which takes source code and builds it into maybe your distribution. And then the last piece of this puzzle is you need to automate the flow where that takes the original source code that's in your code commit and then eventually get it to S3 to deliver your next version application. And Amazon has a product called Code Pipeline, which automates the flow from your source to S3. So that's pretty much the walkthrough for the front end part of your code. And you can see we've already touched upon 7 of the 17 items in our diagram. So the next step is to think about our back end and how that gets delivered. So in this case, this sample app has a Python Flask API backend. So that's sort of, that's sort of the code that a little more hidden, but that's part of the code that people are typically thinking about, right? The next part of it, this is in this sample application, it's authenticated. So users can actually create their own accounts. They can log in with Google and create their accounts, and they have their own passwords, right? So there's a tool, and then they have to be authorized to use the app. In this case, Amazon has a service called Cognito, which sort of automates a lot of those mundane authentication and authorization tasks. Next part of the puzzle is, so what you need to do next is you need to have a place to store your data, right? You create these to-dos, and as a developer, you need to store that data. In this case, there's lots of different tools Amazon provides, but one of the simplest ones is called DynamoDB, which is a managed NoSQL backend database, where you can easily save your to-dos. So that's the next part of this puzzle. Next, this particular application, just for illustrative purposes, let's say every time a to-do gets created, your own to-dos, you get an email notification saying that there's a new to-do created with maybe the title and the subject. And in this case, Amazon provides a service called SNS, Simple Notification Service, which allows you to then manage those email notifications, and people can manage their own subscriptions, like they can subscribe or not. So that's what SNS does for us. And of course, the last little piece of this puzzle is you do need to write a little bit of code that integrates between, the idea is every time a new to-do gets created in your Dynamo database, somehow this notification needs to be sent. So you need some sort of glue code that basically just triggered off of new to-dos being in the database, and then trigger a SNS message to send that email. So there's a little bit of code there. So that's kind of the application layer of this backend. So let's push that aside and start talking about the infrastructure. So the next thing you need to think about is before you deploy your backend server, right? That server needs to live on some network. And so Amazon provides a virtual private cloud, which allows you to create your own network to secure your application. So that's what the VPC stands for. Right? And then the next tool is you need the server that can run your backend application. In this case, this prototype example uses Amazon's Elastic Container Service, which is a sort of proprietary container engine, which basically runs your code in a container in their cloud. So that's the next part of the puzzle. That's essentially your backend quote unquote server. And then the last piece of this, I talked about that little piece of Python code that somehow is triggered off of database changes in Dynamo, and then it gets propagated to SNS. And so the way you can write that is a backend server. Actually, I would describe it as maybe serverless. It's just you have your code just running as a separate entity, and Lambda is the service that you can host that Python code. And there's other languages it supports too, by the way, but that you can now run that in Amazon's cloud. Now that you got your infrastructure done, now you have to go through the exercise again of your tooling to take your source code and somehow make it apply to the infrastructure. So just like the front end, we have the backend source code stored in code commit. Now that you've got your source code in code commit, you actually need a mechanism to take that source code, produce the actual executable, in this case, a Docker container that runs in ECS. And so there's a tool called, same tool before, but just for the backend called CodeBuild. There is a new build tool here called Code Deploy. So one of the problems here is when you're deploying the backend code, you might want to stage it. You know, maybe you have multiple containers running and you want to roll them out in a sequence or roll them back if there's an error. So it's a sort of a managed deployment. And there's a service, again, Amazon has something called Code Deploy, which allows you to customize how your backend code is deployed and then recover if there's a failure automatically. And then the last piece of this process is code pipeline. In this case, you need to sort of automate the process from every time backend code is committed in the source repository, it has to go through the build, deployment, that process, and you can automate the whole process with code pipeline. And again, those 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, I think that's 12 services there. Those are kind of all the pieces and parts to that kind of constitute your backend. And so the main point of this whole exercise wasn't necessarily to have you understand each piece of this puzzle, but was maybe to you to recognize that there's more going on than just the code that you're thinking about when you're deploying an application. And then the next question you might be thinking is, where do you find help or people, that can help you with thinking about your infrastructure. And in Gainesville, there's actually 2 different resources you can turn to, that I know of at least. One is there's a Gainesville Slack group, and you can join at gnvconnect.com. And in there, there's a backend channel. There might be even a DevOps channel, to be honest, but I've been using backend. And you can ask questions there. Actually, I've had some good feedback from some of the folks there about some questions I had. And then there's also, right now, I don't think we're meeting virtually, but there is a DevOps meetup where people who think about tools and infrastructure, they meet, and there's a meetup. There's been a couple now in the last couple months. Been on pause a little bit, but yeah, that's where you can find those people. That's essentially the end of the talk. Just
Excellent.
again, just quick smattering of the tools and infrastructure and applications and a simple to-dos app. So is there any questions?
There are. So Lee asks, how does Terraform compare to CloudFormation?
Okay, yeah, so if you go back to the very first part of the slides, there are, for the Amazon, there is a tool called CloudFormation, which does essentially, it's a very Amazon specific tool set for deploying infrastructure as code. That's Amazon specific. Terraform, on the other hand, is an open source project that works with multiple cloud providers, Amazon, Amazon, Azure, and Google, as well as hundreds of other providers so there's one big difference between the two is Terraform is open source and it's multi-cloud, whereas CloudFormation is very specific to Amazon. I personally find the patterns and syntax of Terraform to be simpler. I've used both a little bit. I'm new to this, and it seems like Terraform has got some, because it's cross-platform, has some advantages. So I think that's pretty much the main differences.
Excellent. Welcome to the dark side, by the way.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it now, and what did you come from?
In terms of like my background or you mean Terraform in particular?
I meant for just AWS. You were saying that.
Yeah. So my background is more historically been on the application side. So I was writing mostly the code for the front end code and the back end code, and I was relying on others, the DevOps engineers, or site reliability engineers, to manage the infrastructure for me. And so I would kind of end my world at the boundaries of just committing code. I did use Heroku, which is another sort of a higher level abstraction platform, which allows developers not to have to think about those things as much. You still have to do some configuration, but it's much simpler. So I had been using Heroku probably for a long time because I didn't really want to learn AWS or Azure or Google Cloud Platform. So that's, but it turns out that Amazon is not terribly bad. Neither are the other ones. There is a bit to know, but it gives you more flexibility for sure.
Excellent. And do you have a newfound respect for DevOps guys now?
Yeah, well, actually, I do. Interesting enough, I actually used to be more of a system administrator like 15 years ago. I used to do Unix system administration, but it's gotten a lot more complicated now with all these different tools and all. If you first log into Amazon and you see their wall of services, it's kind of intimidating. Turns out a lot of them are valuable, and it takes someone who understands all the bits and parts to know how to assemble them all. So yeah, I do appreciate it now.
Excellent. I know you love doing all new things. So what's next on the horizon? Are you going to look at Google Cloud and some other things and do a comparison, or are you going to stick with AWS for a little bit?
Well, I've been focused on AWS mostly because they are, at least the company I'm looking to go work for again, is heavily invested in AWS. They actually do a lot with Kubernetes, which is a kind of an open source cross-platform way of deploying containers. So Kubernetes is kind of my current focus, probably for the next month. And then, probably on to Azure next, just because it's probably the next most popular platform.
Excellent. Fun times, brother. Do you know if the DevOps group is when their next?
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask. I think most meetups I've known have been pretty quiet, and I think we probably will need to do something. So I'll probably poke that group to kind of revive itself and do something online, because it's nice to connect like this for sure.
Awesome. John, always a pleasure. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lee. Hope all is well.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Excellent. If you share your screen now that we got the audio checked done. All right, give me 10 seconds. All right, take a deep breath and fire away.
All right. So thanks for having me. Before I get started, I do these things. I have a podcast called Tech Junior and a meetup called Project Codex. If you like the stuff that I'm going to talk about today, please check that stuff out. My name's Lee Warwick. I'm a full stack JavaScript developer, a podcaster, event organizer, and a former junior developer. So I definitely identify with a lot of the stuff I'm going to be talking about. And if any of this stuff resonates with you, reach out. Love to hear from you. Follow me on Twitter, all the good stuff. So the title of the talk today is You Don't Deserve Senior Developers, which didn't originally, it was supposed to be Mighty Juniors, but I did this talk before at Google Dev Fest, and they ran with this title. It was extra spicy, so I decided to just leave it. I cribbed this a little bit from Isaac Lyman, who wrote an article about this. So if you want to check that out, I've got the link in the slides here. Basically, the state of tech hiring today is kind of miserable. We've got CTOs and hiring managers complaining they can't find good developers, developers complaining about recruiters, and junior developers saying that they just cannot find a break. There's a lot of blog articles out there that kind of back this up. With titles like Who Killed the Junior Developer and the Plight of the Junior Software Developer. I've personally heard and seen a lot of strife from both sides of the table around this. So clearly there's a problem here. So typically the advice that we send in the way of junior developers is pretty decent for the most part. We tell them to keep coding, tell them to work on their resumes and their portfolios. And this last one's a little funky. Don't be a junior, basically telling them to kind of pick themselves up by their bootstraps and just be more experienced. But whenever we talk about the advice we give to companies, it's kind of worse. So a lot of the, advice in the way of companies is do the right thing, hire and experienced people. And I don't know about you guys, but as far as telling companies to do the right thing, doesn't always get, as much traction. So probably not the best way to go about it. And so I've kind of sat and thought about this problem for a long time. And what I've landed on is that instead we should be telling companies that flat teams are costing you money, and then, explain why. And the reason is, your company is not Netflix. So I think a lot of companies out there kind of look to Silicon Valley in the tech industry, and they say like, what's working for FANG, right? What's working for Facebook and Apple and Netflix? What's Google doing? And the trend out there seems to be that a lot of these companies are picking up, only senior developers. So I jumped on Netflix's job site and took some screenshots. At the time of, these screenshots, they had 90 listings and 78 of them had the word senior in the title and 0 had the word junior. So I'm venturing that Netflix is doing really well, not because of this, but in spite of this. And the reason I say that is because the tenure of a Netflix employee is relatively short. Despite being basically the biggest and baddest company in tech right now, their tenure, for an average employee is only 3 years. And 39% of their employees are saying that they're suffering from burnout. And across the industry, we can kind of see that, it's pretty awful in general. Nationally, like across the whole country, we've got a 4-year average retention for an employee, and that's across all industries. But in tech, in the Bay Area, we've got an average of 2 years, so basically half, and more than half of tech employees reporting burnout. So, if your industry has a higher turnover rate than retail and restaurants, I'm going to venture to say that something is amiss. And LinkedIn had a pretty good survey with some interesting results here, polling people and asking, why did you leave that job? And I want you to, kind of browse these and keep in mind some of these things as I, go through the next points. Obviously, unsatisfied with, management, lack of opportunity for advancement, but unsatisfied with culture, wanting more challenging work, unsatisfied with compensation, which is, no surprise to anybody. And particularly this last one, unsatisfied with the rewards and recognition for my contributions. So people are looking for meaningful work. They're looking for great teams. They're looking for, businesses where they can be engaged and really contribute and be recognized for that. And flat teams are not helping any of these points. But hiring junior developers can help with some of this stuff, particularly with retention. And, having a more balanced team is going to lead to some resolution to some of these gripes. So first of all, juniors get, things done. They're happy to do some of this work that your flat teams may complain about. So you bring on a newer, less experienced developer, they're not as into the code base. They're probably happier to work on things like resizing a button or, changing the text somewhere, updating comments or removing comments, work that would probably annoy somebody that's well-versed in the code base and maybe has more challenging stuff on their plate to take care of. It's almost like maybe busy work to some of those more experienced folks, but it's more discovery and learning work to juniors. They also have time to up test coverage, which again helps them learn to code the code base and improve, the reliability of your product. And the same thing with documentation. Test coverage and documentation particularly are kind of always backlog ticket items that, juniors can knock out and substantially make an impact to your team and your code base. Also, if your team is flat, it's kind of hard to have a progression, right? So, I've got some salaries from Glassdoor. These are going to be different, wherever you're at. I think these are national averages, but junior developers are making, on average 65,000, and senior developers around 100,000. So obviously, if you hire somebody earlier on in their career, it's easier to provide that sense of progression for them. It's easier to give them raises. You can give them more responsibility because they come on, as a lower paid, less responsible person. And then, over time, it's natural to give them, more compensation and responsibility. But for a senior developer, they're kind of already there. They're already doing all the things. They're already getting the top pay or the industry, average. So how do you provide a sense of progression for that person? And I would say a great way, if they're open to it, is to provide leadership opportunities. And you can do that by hiring less experienced people and kind of putting those senior developers in charge of those less experienced developers. And that is a two-way street. So mentoring is going to increase communication, and that's going to increase velocity, empathy, and camaraderie for your whole team. I put a little Twitter poll out there, a little while back and said, hey, have you ever learned anything from a junior developer? And the response was overwhelming yes. Junior developers are excited about things maybe that you find annoying or mundane, at a later point in your career. And so they bring a lot of energy to the team, and they provide, opportunities for that team to work together. If you've got a flat team of all senior people, maybe everybody picks off a task and goes in their own direction. But if you've got junior developers in the mix, there's more opportunity, I think, for mentoring and kind of teamwork to happen where people are asking questions. Those questions being asked are making people reflect on the answer. So it's a good tool to kind of get everybody engaged. And kind of the human side of that is that, if you've got a team that's engaged and working together, that's going to create buy-in for your team. So I've never heard anybody say like, "Oh man, I'm so sad that I left Netflix or something because they're the best in the biz or whatever." Um, I have heard people say, "Man, I really miss working with my team at company X or whatever." The human factor is huge, and people really kind of downplay it in tech. I feel like um, having a great team is going to make you want to stay. So if you're a junior developer and you get hired into a great team, you're not going to want to leave for, some unknown company that's maybe going to pay you $10,000 more if you're really happy where you're at. And conversely, like if you're a senior developer and you've been mentoring the team under you and you've seen them progress, you've all grown together, you've done things together and accomplished things, it's hard to leave that behind. So that buy-in, I think, is really important. Also, I really love this Twitter quote about um, when people say that they don't know or they don't want to hire juniors. She wants to shake them and ask them where senior developers come from. So now that we've kind of gone over the benefits, let's talk about how to actually do this and not regret it. So first of all, before I even read this slide, I just want to say, I'm not saying that you need to hire all junior developers. I'm not saying that you need to have the inverse, flat team. I'm advocating for a mix here. If you've got some senior developers, you need some junior developers to really bring that balance and diversify the team and let them take on different responsibilities. But first thing in that direction, take interviewing seriously. I can't tell you the amount of companies that I've heard from and worked at that they just interviewing is an afterthought to them. Whenever they've got resumes come in, oh, we have a position to fill, they get dropped on somebody's desk that has other work to do. Maybe they get sent out in a mass email, and then whenever the interview actually happens, it's that person in charge tapping people on the shoulder. Hey, we've got an interview, come join in. And then people are just sitting down kind of impromptu. Don't do that. Have questions and tests ahead of time and put some thought into them. Get the team involved. Really take charge of your interviewing, because this is going to be what's really important for you to select those candidates that you actually want. There's a ton of flack out there about, oh, we hired a junior developer and it didn't work out. That is mostly your responsibility to vet people. And if you're not taking the time up front to do that, I don't feel like you can complain about it. Also, realistic job descriptions and postings. Please stop posting 15-year React developers. Everybody's laughing at you. Support your mentors. They really don't need that much time. One of the other biggest gripes that I hear about hiring junior developers is, oh, they're going to introduce, they're going to take so much time away from our senior developers. And I threw up a poll and got a couple hundred votes, and I just don't see that. Most of the people out there are mentoring between 0 to 5 hours a week, actually taking time out of their day to sit down with somebody. And the second largest grouping of that is 6 to 10 hours a week. If you're mentors are spending over 11 hours a week mentoring, you've hired a beginner, not a junior. Your interviewing failed. You hired somebody that was way less experienced than you thought. These people are out there. There's a ton of juniors out there. Boot camps are pumping out candidates just like universities, and there's a lot of hungry developers out there, especially with the economy that we've kind of walked into this year. So those strong candidates are out there, and you can find them if you try. Also, you really should embrace progression. So the caveat to not having a flat team is you need to have a way to move between those roles. So define what a senior developer is in your team. Is that like a developer 2 or 3 or something? Is a junior developer a developer 1, a principal developer? Get some roles and define those responsibilities. Have a technical ladder. Define what it takes to move between positions. Give people something to work towards. If people feel like they're progressing and they're, okay, I'm moving towards that next promotion, towards that next raise, I really want to work on this team, and I'm learning these skills now, and I'm, getting that feedback and moving along, they're less likely to leave. When people feel stagnant in a role, because there isn't any of this stuff, that's when, they start listening to those recruiters blowing up their LinkedIn. So regular one-on-ones also play a huge part in that. Talk to your developers, take the time if you're in management and leadership to get that feedback and talk to people. And of course, you have to pay people, competitive salaries. Even if you're working on a fantastic team, if somebody comes along and gives you a raise that's like $50,000, it's really hard to walk away from that. So you have to stay competitive there. And you also have to allow for failure. So, you should never be in a position where a junior developer is like taking down your entire code base or taking your app offline. There's no excuse for that. That's not their fault. That's your fault. Constructive code reviews are super important. Make sure that other people are putting eyeballs on the code before it's merged in. Write tests, please. Tests are, kind of a no-brainer. CI/CD pipelines and your DevOps folks, like we heard from John, they're super important. Make sure you have that stuff in place so that you can deploy frequently and roll back if necessary. And of course, manage up and not down. Don't berate anybody if they do make a mistake. All this stuff is in place so that mistakes can happen, and you want them to happen earlier on in the process and be found by your team and not by your customers. And I think lastly, eliminate risk. This whole thing is really like, oh, we don't want to hire junior developers because they're a big risk. We can save a little bit of money hiring one, but we don't want to risk it. And you can eliminate some of that risk. You can hire into support roles. So if you've got a customer service team or like a support team, you can find somebody that's got that development experience and wants that developer job and hire them into support and kind of vet them that way. See how they do learning the other aspects of your product, how they interact with customers, how they interact with other teams. And if they do well, throw them a couple tickets to do. I've seen this happen at Fat Merchant personally. It worked great. This person worked in a support role for maybe like 6 months and then moved over to development, and they're just crushing it. So paid internships are a possibility. I know in Gainesville, you've got the college there. So pick up some interns and see how they do. You can pay them a lot less than a normal developer and kind of see how they do and put them on some exploratory stuff. And, I think the benefits there can be huge. And then lastly, dream job posting. So have just a listing up on your site that's like, hey, if you don't see anything, go ahead and apply anyway. This way you have like a running pool of applicants. And if you do find yourself in a position where you can hire somebody, maybe that resume comes in and you're like, wow, this person is fantastic. We need to bring them on. And if you don't have an open listing like that, you might miss out. If any of this stuff sounds awesome to you, you want to look into more of it, again, there's that article from Isaac Lyman. Amberly Romo wrote a really good article, and this last one was pretty good too. So please check that out. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening, and you can find me at those links. And I don't know if I have time for questions.
Rock on, brother. Hey, you said you also did a podcast. When is your next podcast?
Oh yeah, so that's the Tech Junior podcast. That's techjunior.dev, and that comes out every Wednesday, and it's
Excellent.
available on wherever you buy podcasts.
And are you doing any Corona specific podcasts lately, or?
I've jumped on as a guest on some other shows like the MS Dev show and Tech for Humans, and talked all about it. I used to be an ICU nurse and a firefighter and paramedic, so got some unique perspective there on the coronavirus, and I shared that with those folks on those shows. But not on Tech Junior. We just kind of stuck to tech for now.
Nice. Lee, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
All right, cheers. Aiden, how are you this morning? You are muted, sir, in case you can hear me.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh.
All right. That's your audio check right there, sir.
Cool.
I see that you shared a screen. I see a black screen. Aiden, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, man. Let me get this screen share going.
You are muted, sir, in case you can hear me. If you can close out YouTube, or else you'll get a bunch of feedback from you and I talking. That's your audio check right there, sir.
Cool.
You shared a screen. I see a black screen. Aiden, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, man. Let me get this screen share going.
You are muted, sir, in case you can hear me. If you can close out YouTube, or else you'll get a bunch of feedback from you and I talking. Your audio check right there, sir. Cool. You shared a screen. I see a black screen. Aiden, how are you?
Hey, I'm just hearing a loop.
Screen share. Yeah, do you have YouTube open up somewhere?
Yeah, I do not on my end, but I'm just hearing that same thing.
Huh. You don't have the YouTube stream going on in the background?
How about that? Are we better now?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Interesting. I think it was playing out of Slack.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, cool beans. I'm good.
All right, brother. Give me 10 seconds just to make sure that it's streaming on YouTube. All right, brother. It's all you. Take a deep breath and fire away.
Cool. Is the screen share going?
Yep, it is. Lean
Perfect.
startup methodology.
Awesome. Hey, friends. Thank you for being here. This is an exciting little program we got lined up. Appreciate James for all the effort you put into this. My lightning talk of the day here is going to be about lean startup methodology. A quick overview of how it works, why it's useful, and also why you should never outgrow it. I love this tagline. So there's a book called Running Lean, which kind of outlines most of this stuff. And the tagline of the book is iterating from plan A to a plan that works. And that's just the perfect summary of lean startup methodology. Just a real quick intro about myself. So I'm Aiden Augustine. I'm the co-founder and president of a local tech company called Feather. I'm also currently serving as president of the board for a local nonprofit called Start GNV. And I'm on the board of directors for the Greater Gainesville Chamber. So if you're interested in this stuff, these are the two books that all these ideas are sourced from. None of this is original. I'm just sharing some ideas and some personal experience from our application of it at Feather. But Eric Ries wrote the original book, The Lean Startup. I'm actually even more of a fan of Ash Maurya's follow-on book called Running Lean. Basically, this fellow, Ash Maurya, while he was putting Eric Ries's book into practice for his own startup, he started blogging about it, and his blog got so popular, he actually turned it into a book. But so it's just action-packed with lots of real-life examples. The official definition, according to Wikipedia, of lean startup methodology is a methodology for developing businesses and products that aims to shorten product development cycles and rapidly discover if a proposed business model is viable. This is achieved by adopting a combination of business hypothesis-driven experimentation, iterative product releases, and validated learning. All right, so in practical terms, what I would say is the value prop of following this methodology is it saves you a lot of time and money going down the wrong rabbit holes. So there's a lot of similarity between Agile and Lean Startup methodology. You could think of Lean Startup methodology as maybe either a generalized approach of a lot of the same principles, but applied equally to the kind of overall business plan of a startup and validating multiple aspects of the viability of a startup, product development and product kind of like response to a product solution, problem solution fit, and product market fit being one of those. But yeah, so it's kind of just like a way to test quickly and cheaply all of the core assumptions that you might have or the hypotheses you have going into starting a company. And so the first step, I'm just going to walk through the methodology here. The first step is listing out as many of your hypotheses as possible, as specifically as possible. And this is most commonly done when you're in the idea phase of a startup. So you're planning on launching a company, you have an early idea, list out as many of the specific assumptions that are going into that as possible. And there's always way more of these than you think. So there are so many things that we take for granted. And obviously the expression, if you build it, they will come, is overused, but like there is, that concept is like baked into so many elements of our life without even realizing it. And like when you're attempting to start a company without even realizing, you have so many biases, you have so many assumptions, you have so many things, you might not even be calling them into question because you're just so convinced that they're true. So even those, it is very useful to list them out explicitly from the outset. There's a nifty tool for doing this. This is called a lean canvas. It's kind of like a slightly modified version of the business model canvas, if you've heard of that. It's just essentially a way you can, on one piece of paper, outline your business plan in the specific like main areas and components of it. And you can list out within each, here are either hypotheses or like assumptions that I'm assuming will be true for this all to click together. One of the best parts about this tool here is that you can make multiple versions of this, right? So actually when Feather was starting off, we made like 6 different lean canvases, kind of representing, you know, alternate universe versions of Feather that could work hypothetically if certain things were true. I actually dug up and found one of them, so this was kind of fun. So when we were making the pivot to the modern era of Feather, so for those who don't know, Feather started off making digital business card apps, something totally unrelated to what we do now. It was kind of a middle chapter where we made conference apps that helped people network with each other. But what we do now, what we've done for the last 6 years, is we make marketing tools to help conferences grow attendance, right? So those are like 3 very big pivots along the way. And each time we did that, we laid out these multiple kind of lean canvases with all of our initial bets on what we thought would work and who would buy and who would pay and so anyway, this is kind of a fun little piece of history here. So listing out as specifically as possible in as many of these categories as possible, all of the early assumptions and hypotheses. The next key step is ranking them. Which ones, if they don't work, the whole company is going to collapse, right? Kind of like what load bearing. You know, think about which ones, like if you flicked out this card from the house of cards, the whole thing collapses. Another way of doing this is which ones are you highly confident in versus 50-50, this could be true, this could not be true. You know, that's obviously subjective. So I think it's more important, even if you have a high degree of confidence in the make or break ones, that you still prioritize those first. But so ranking them in order of which ones could stay or go and the company could still move forward, as well as which ones do you have a high degree of confidence in versus a fairly low degree of confidence. So some examples of this. So, right, so depending on what type of startup you're trying to launch, the most common one that's make or break is validating demand. Do people actually want this thing? Kind of, are we actually solving a real problem? Do enough people have this problem? Are they actually willing to pay to solve this problem? This overwhelmingly is the key one to test. But depending on what you're doing, sometimes there's a real technology assumption, right? This might be more true in like, I don't know, hard science or research-based spin-offs and biotechnology, where like there's actually an assumption of like, we think this is possible, but we don't actually know until we can validate that the technology works or the chemistry works or the physics works behind it. So I think it's more a common mistake by many early software entrepreneurs, and this included us in the early days, that thinking this is the key that has to be validated first. If you're making something that's like a web app, that's probably not in question that is technologically possible. Usually this first one here is much more likely to be the make or break that should be tested first. But a few other things, the regulatory environment, depending on what you're doing. So is there some component of your business model that relies on maybe a gray area of the law, and maybe it's essential to validate that first before sinking time and money and effort into building something up? Is there a supply chain logistics component? You need to get things from here to here in some repeatable manner. Is it a personnel thing? You need to validate that there are enough people who have a certain skill set or who would work in some piece of the business model. So these are all different things that potentially could be your make or break. So step one was listing out as specifically as possible, as many as possible, all of the hypotheses that go into your vision for a startup. Step two is ranking them in order of which ones are make or break and which ones are high versus low confidence. I like to make a point here, which is all of this is done before any, what I would say, quote unquote, real work would be done. And that is part of the point here, which is you can actually make a lot of progress towards your future successful startup before doing things that cost significant amounts of money, before hiring people, before engaging in contracts, before sinking inordinate amounts of time into certain types of activities. You can save yourself a lot of time just by doing this exercise on the front end. But of course, after all this, the next step is test them. Test the hypotheses, test them as quickly as possible, test them as cheaply as possible, test them without committing very much down any one individual path, as least amount of commitment as possible. And then, of course, ideally starting by testing the ones that are most essential. Which are those kind of load-bearing pillars that if they got knocked out, the whole thing falls apart. So I'm going to show a couple more examples here. So some common things that would save a lot of time that you could do first would be before like writing any code to build a product, before hiring any people, can you personally interview 100 potential users and customers? And I don't mean sending out a survey in this case. I mean, can you talk to them individually, ideally in person? If not, can you do it over the phone or through Zoom? But interviewing 100 separate potential users or customers, ideally following some semi-standard conversation flow so you can gather like consistent trends across them. It is significantly more valuable to do this either face-to-face or with video call when possible, so you can gauge reactions. So can you interview 100 potential people before doing it? If it's B2B, can you try selling? Can you get somebody to actually sign a contract before you've built anything? That's a very strong signal that this is something that they have a real problem. They believe your solution is viable. Can you sell before you've built it? Or can you get some kind of letter of intent, at least, even if you're not closing a specific financial contract? On the B2C side of things, this is essentially when anyone runs a Kickstarter campaign. In some ways, they're doing this exact same thing. They're putting up a marketing front and saying, hey, this is our plan, but I'm not going to build any of this unless enough people pay enough money in advance to fund my creation of it, right? So this is one of the brilliant innovations that Kickstarter has really enabled so much creative output because they reduced the risk. You didn't need to make this financial outlay or put all this time into building products ahead of time. You could put up a Kickstarter campaign, and only after you validated that there's enough consumer interest or enough customers out there do you actually have to deliver, right? Another simple thing is putting up a landing page and promoting that landing page through various means. And it's like, you sign up here to get early access to the beta, sign up here to be first to know. And that's a softer commitment than some of these things above, but that's still, if you have hundreds, thousands, however many, depending on what who you're going after, of people signing up on a landing page, based on whatever you say on that landing page, that's a clear test of something, right? You have a call to action, you have some quick pitch of what you're trying to solve. And if you get significant surge of interest, like that suggests you've struck a chord. So that's another way to gauge interest, again, all before any real product development or any real money or effort needs to be sunk into anything here. Another one is A/B testing search keyword campaigns, right? So this costs money, but for a relatively small amount of money, you can validate, and this works pretty well with the landing page one as well. But if you run different keywords, so say I'm trying to think of maybe early on something that Feather might have done would be like search keyword tests of like, all right, we make marketing tools for conference organizers. So we'd be like bidding on terms like, all right, how do I grow my conference? How do I get more attendees? How do I, and when people search that, we have a chance to have our search ad come up, right? And if our search ad was, retargeting to grow attendance and nobody clicked it, like that would be a sign, okay, like people who are looking for the problem of how do I grow my conference, and when they see an ad pop up saying, retargeting techniques to grow your conference and none of them click it, that means that either they don't know what those words mean or they're not interested in that, right? Whereas if we put another one over here that was like better email marketing to grow your conference, and that got a whole surge of clicks, like that would be an example of how you can actually use A/B testing on search campaigns, even again before you have anything to sell them, just to see what people click. That's a very cost efficient and time efficient way to like gauge different wording, different calls to action, different positionings before you have to invest anything into a real brand. And this last bit here, and I'm intentionally putting this at the bottom, particularly compared to the one up top. Surveys can work. You just need significantly more scale on a survey to have it be worth as much as talking to people, interviewing potential users and customers directly. So strongly encourage the face-to-face or the phone call approach, but that can be supplemented with online surveys as well. It's just you lose out the ability to do follow-on questions. You can't really see people's emotional reaction in real time. I think there's just so much lost in early days. Like that information is gold, and that human reaction is really what you need. But anyway, so these are some tips here. So two like real-world examples of how you can test this, validate that you have problem solution fit, right? Problem is making sure that actually it's something they're experiencing that is painful. Solution is that some, at least broadly, maybe not your specific product, but like some solution in this category would be well received as the solution to this problem. So something Zappos did was they put up a like basically a fake shopping site. So they put up a site where you could browse shoes and you could order them, but actually there was no like real automation or delivery e-commerce functionality going on. Tony Hsieh would just go to a store and buy the shoes that people ordered, and he would bring them back to his apartment or whatever, and then he would mail them, right? So this was kind of like super lo-fi Zappos way to test the idea of, will people actually buy shoes online, which was a novel idea at the time. Would they buy it if they were sent 2 pairs and had the option to mail one of them back, which was one of their core concepts. And an easier, cheaper way for Tony Hsieh to test that was just like, again, put up this website, but don't actually build out logistics and delivery and a fulfillment center and any of that stuff. He could just throw up the site and he would personally do the fulfillment, as running to a department store. The point there wasn't that from day one they needed to have like a cost efficient, high margins, whatever. He was probably losing money on buying the shoes and mailing them. That didn't matter. It was just a way to test the concept, like, is this a rabbit hole worth going down, right? Similar example, something that we did, when we rebooted into the current era of Feather, which is again a digital marketing platform, we built the front end of our web app, which allowed you to launch ad retargeting campaigns. You could manage them. It had all this great reporting. But similar to the Zappos example, it was kind of fake. So it did not actually launch campaigns. So people would input their settings for what they wanted. I want to spend this much money over this much time, and here's the reporting. And then behind the scenes, Alex and I would see their inputs, and we would take the ads they had uploaded to Feather, and we would go to AdRoll, which is a free kind of self-serve retargeting tool, and we would just launch their campaigns in AdRoll for them. And then we would manually update each day the stats that were in AdRoll's dashboard into the Feather dashboard. So that was like part of our super lo-fi way of testing whether the customer segment, in our case, conference organizers, were interested in this approach of using ad retargeting as a way to grow attendance, something they were maybe doing for the first time. And we were able to kind of like validate fairly quickly and get a lot of feedback on, was that like, how do we price it? How do we use it? Was our service high quality? Like, what more feature functionality did they need? But didn't need to build all of that beforehand. We were able to provide just like a UI with reporting and like a simplified way for them to set their ad campaign settings. And basically, as like an agency, we were just pretending it was happening automated as a technology, but we were essentially acting as an agency and just using that as a form collection and then launch a campaign somewhere else. So that was just like a really low-fi way for us to save time and make sure this was actually a solution to the problem that our customers were experiencing. So that was even after they bought Feather, we still were able to like save time before committing fully to like what version of this product needed to fully be built out. So this is kind of the loop. This is taken right out of the book. Again, very similar to Agile methodology, particularly when it comes to the product development components of it. But this idea applies to also the business model components of it, right? So you have ideas. What's kind of the minimum, building product? This can also be represented with like testing your business plan concepts. Measure the results. It's just like a loop, right? So in that spirit, actually, I'll get back to this in a moment. So we talked about validating problem solution fit just now. So the other main thing that often needs to be validated is like, how are we going to get customers? So, is it paid advertising versus trade shows versus inside sales, right? And one of the main things here is remembering it just doesn't need to like from day one be this super efficient thing. It just needs to work in spite of the fact that you haven't optimized it. So the last thing here is, since we talked about this loop, stage 3 here is testing the hypotheses. The last step of the process is updating it. And like really the hardest part about all this is being intellectually honest when the results come back and prove your guess wrong, right? So that's going to happen. It happens to all of us every single time. And that should be viewed as exciting, positive news that you just learned something really important that either saved you from going down the wrong path or is a clue to getting you to the right path. So kind of bringing it all back to that tagline right at the start. Lean Start methodology is a way to iterate from plan A to a plan that works. All that matters is getting to the plan that works. If you have to go through 99 plans that don't work along the way, it's better to get through them quickly and cheaply than it is to go down a rabbit hole and find out 2 years later when it crashes and burns that was not viable. So the hardest part here is when the data comes in, being actually intellectually honest with it and saying, this core assumption in our plan, we've authoritatively disproven it, and that's okay. We're going to now move on from here. So last thing I'll leave you all with is this is not something that needs to stop at the early stage. So Feather, even today, we have 100 employees and we have hundreds of customers and yada, yada. We still employ Lean Start methodology anytime that we have like a major new either component business plan that we're trying out or testing, or a major new product module that we're looking at building. So same exact methodology. We would list out the key hypotheses in it. We would try to design experiments that we could validate or invalidate before like really leaning into that decision. Now, of course, we have the advantage of existing customers we can interview. In other ways, we can kind of shortcut that process. But any stage of the company's life, these are still just like really valuable ways to make sure any big company decision, any big product development does not go down the wrong rabbit hole. So that's it. That's a short version of Lean Start methodology. And hope you all found that useful.
Aiden, thank you so much, man. Any plugs for events for Start GNV coming up or anything like that?
Absolutely. Yes. So we've been doing an Ask Me Anything series. And I believe later today is the next one with Ken from Ken Eats Gainesville. And there's another one this coming week with Brad Gamble from the Selling Factory. So those are two community leaders, very separate types of businesses, very different content. So if you check out the Start GNV Facebook page, I believe the Ken Eats Gainesville one is today and Brad's is Thursday this coming week, I think. So
you rock. Thanks, man. I greatly appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Will, how are you, sir? If you want to share your screen, do a quick audio test.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome. Excellent. Give me 10 seconds just to make sure it hits YouTube and you're back.
All right, take a deep breath, fire away.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. I am Will Richardson. I am head of product over at Admiral. We are a SaaS startup company over in the hub. I'm also one of the board members over at Start GNV. Admiral's a fairly small company. We're about, I think, 16 or 17 employees now. We're kind of spread across the country a little bit. We have some full-time remote workers. We have some half remote workers, but at the moment we are all remote. So our product team is actually 50% remote full time, which has really helped us, with the transition to working remote. It's kind of business as usual for us at the moment. So nothing crazy there. But anyways, one of the things I constantly think about, as we're moving along with our product, we started in 2015. All of the co-founders are previous employees of GrooveShark. GrooveShark ended in 2015. We were all kind of sitting around, realized that we had a unique opportunity to start a company with a bunch of talented individuals. And so we kind of landed on, well, I guess first I'll start with, we landed on, when we were at GrooveShark, we knew that ad block was a problem. We had no idea how many of our users were using AdBlock. We had no idea how much money we were losing as a result of AdBlock. So we started, by venturing into solving this problem of digital publishers that were losing money to AdBlock. Sizing and solving that problem. So, what came of that was essentially just an engagement screen. I have an example here. So this engagement screen, when we launched, it didn't have the subscription ask in there. All it was, hey, we're a digital publisher. We make money off of advertising. Please whitelist us because you care about our content. We really didn't think it was going to work because people who have ad blockers hate ads. Why would they turn it off? But it actually turned out to be relatively successful. We were getting averages of 25 to 40% recovery rates on sites, and recovering a significant amount of revenue for publishers that implemented the product. So that was going relatively well, but we realized that we could go further. So we started building out different parts of the product that customers were asking for. They wanted they wanted to be able to offer their ad block users a subscription. So instead of turning off your ad blocker, maybe give us $5 a month. Or some publishers do as low as $1 a month, because even that is more valuable than an ad block user. Publishers started asking to advertise their social channels in their engagement. They wanted to collect emails. So we started building out all of these separate pieces of the product. You see some of them listed here that publishers wanted to offer alternative value exchanges than just ads for users to access their website ad-free. But as we went on, we started to realize that why are we only targeting ad blocking users? Publishers collect emails for regular users. Publishers want to offer regular users subscriptions and make money off of those users. And so we kind of realized that there were all these different pieces of functionality and products that publishers are currently using that are entirely different platforms. All of the data is siloed from each other in these other platforms. And it would serve them much better to have all of these products under a single platform where all the data can be shared. You can do all of your targeting of your users with data that moves across these products. You can make sure that your email collection ask doesn't trample on your subscription ask, or your privacy engagement and your privacy and consent engagement doesn't trample over your login. And so there's a whole lot of benefit that you get from rolling all of these products into a single product, which we are calling visitor relationship management. We made it up. It's very similar to, or at least we view it very similar to a CRM, that B2B companies use to manage their sales leads. We see this product as being very similar for publishers to manage their visitors and kind of move them through a funnel of fostering a first-party relationship with them, and collecting data. Anyways, as you might imagine, all of these products result in a lot of surface area. We have a lot of different pieces of UI. We have a lot of different configuration options. We have a lot of different analytics data that we collect, and our product ends up being pretty huge. We have a decent number and size of customers. We have brands like NBC, Raw Stories. We have a lot of political websites, Mediaites, another political website. We have a few sports websites. We're growing all the time. We also are pretty heavy into local news websites. Local news is a industry that really is hurting right now, and they're looking for a lot of alternate sources of revenue to advertising. So how big are we actually? We have analytics on tens of thousands of websites. We do billions of page views a month. We ingest a little over 2 terabytes of data every single week of analytics data. We have about 100 actively maintained repos. I think I went and I counted the other day and it was 135, but as you go, you start to abandon old stuff. So we merge about 5 to 10 pull requests of code every single day. We deploy code multiple times a week. Oftentimes we'll deploy code, multiple times a day. And we have 6 product team members. And so we do all this stuff with a relatively small amount of developers. Admittedly, 6 product team members is a lot more than a lot of startups. But I think we have an exceptionally large product compared to a lot of startups. So just here's a couple examples of what our product looks like across the internet. So I use Raw Story as an example here. They do subscriptions as well as whitelist asks. So when a user wants to disable their ad blocker, we show them this screen. We have little videos down here that show them how to disable their ad blocker. And we have, I think, 17 different ad blocker instructions to disable different ad blockers. This is what it would look like if you clicked subscribe. We present you with different offers. We support a massive amount of options for what you can do with offers. You can do introductory pricing. You can do monthly, yearly, every 3 months. Checkout screen here. So the fact that we do these subscriptions as well means that we need to offer the visitors to these websites a portal as well to go manage their subscriptions, manage their payment methods. And so we have a lot of surface area there as well, with allowing visitors to these websites to manage their accounts. We also offer privacy and consent products. I'm sure some of you have heard of the GDPR in the EU. It's a very, very large privacy law that you have to collect consent from your users to use their data and tell them how you're using their data. So I think it's a good place that the internet is moving towards, but it has the side effect of making it more difficult to make money off of advertising. So we help publishers comply with these laws on their sites and collect consent and communicate how they're using data to users. So here's what the UI looks like for the newest version of that. California has their own privacy law that went into effect this year. Theirs is much simpler. So luckily the UI can be much simpler. It's also opt out as opposed to opt in. So that's what that looks like. We have a couple screenshots here of our dashboard. We provide analytics on your basic page views. What's your ad blocking rate? How much revenue you're losing? How much revenue are you recovering? Here's a screen of configuring and engage. An engagement has a ridiculous amount of options in it. You can target based on how many page views has a user seen, what page are they on, are they a subscriber, are they an ad blocker, what browser are they using, have they seen this previous engagement, have they given you their email. There's just a ridiculous amount of options that you can target on. So there's a bunch of surface area there. And we have a whole bunch of systems to support all of this targeting and data storage and stuff. This is what the configuration screen for an engage looks like. We have a live preview over here with some of your options on the right side. How do we do this without all the cards falling down? I can't say that we have necessarily specifically planned for us to be successful, but I do think I've kind of thought about the things that we do recently and identified some of the stuff that we're doing that works. So I think the first and biggest piece of the puzzle is the team. We have a super rock star team. Saying rock star can be kind of cringy sometimes when you're talking about developers, but we all work together back at Groove Shark, so we are very used to working together. We all know each other's styles of how we work together. Our team is very cross-functional, not necessarily even just across team members, but team members themselves are very cross-functional. So you see, we only have one engineer that kind of works on a single section of our systems. Otherwise, everybody else has dual roles. We have a guy that is our one DevOps guy, but then also, works on a significant portion of the back end. We have a guy that does front end and design. He's constantly splitting his time between doing mockups and actually creating those features. We have 2 full stack developers, and then 1 product and project manager, which is me, and I contribute where I can to some of the front end stuff. But as time has gone on, I realized that it makes a lot more sense to spend more of my time, planning and project managing than it does to contribute as an engineer. So we're a highly collaborative team. We're in the same, call, like conference call every day, all day. So it's very similar to working physically in an office together. If you want to ask somebody a question, you just say, hey, you don't have to say, hey, can I Slack call you? You don't have to Slack message them or anything. We just talk. And we use a platform right now for that called Progly, but we kind of have hopped around to a bunch of different platforms. Whereby is another one of them that we used for a long time. But I think that's been one of the big things that's contributed the most to our success as a product team is, that we all just got used to being on webcam all day, every day. And it's really helped with our communication. We also have a really high emphasis on ownership. So all of these pieces of functionality that you've seen, we kind of give them an owner of, one of our product team will be responsible for the majority of the functionality that goes into those features. And so, they know it inside and out. When there's something that needs to change in them, they're generally the one that gets assigned that work to do it. And this doesn't mean that, the other team members don't, or, couldn't make changes or make new features based on those features. But we do have a primary person. So, if it is true that if we, lost one of our engineers, it might be a little bit of a battle to onboard a new person to that feature. But, this is kind of all about making compromises to achieve the scale that we need to be at, while continuing to move quickly, as you have to do when you're a startup. So I'll just talk about a little bit about our stack and infrastructure. All of our stuff is on GCE. We don't have any of our own servers. Everything is on GCE, which really simplifies things. Their support is pretty okay. We've had a few issues, but it's not bad. And it's really great for cost savings as well. I'll talk a little bit about cost savings at the end of this slide here, but all our entire infrastructure is microservices. So instead of, having one large backend, you have a bunch of, little tiny mini applications that communicate to each other, which makes it relatively easy to isolate issues and make sure that if one thing goes down, your entire application doesn't go down. Our entire backend is in Golang. We use a single language to code everything, which goes a long way for standardizing and making sure that everybody knows exactly how they're supposed to code stuff, what it's supposed to look like. We use one standard database in Mongo and 3 relatively specialized databases in Gigabyte, Bigtable, and ClickHouse. So Mongo is, we store anything in there that is just like generic data. And then Gigabyte, Bigtable, and ClickHouse are all very specialized towards analytics data and visitor session data. So all of our visitor session data goes in Gigabyte. We have a bunch of analytics data in Bigtable, but we're actually, moving that data eventually out of Bigtable into ClickHouse. One important thing about these databases as well is that Yugabyte and ClickHouse are both open source, but we pay for support for them, which is extremely, extremely helpful. There have been multiple problems that we've run across that, if we hadn't paid for the support, we would have spent a bunch of time spinning our wheels trying to figure out what's going on. And their support, can jump right in really easily and let us know what's going on there. All of our front end is in React. We just use create React app. We don't inject our apps. And we try to keep everything there as simple as possible, using as few packages as possible, write as much of our own code as we can. And then we have a heavy emphasis on cost savings. So when you're a small team, you need, and a startup, you need to make sure that you're running as efficiently as possible so that your burn is as small as possible. So we don't tend to go the route of collecting all of the data we can everywhere. We have very targeted data that we collect to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish. And then, we'll add to it if we need to. So for all of our product planning and for all of our sprints, our roadmap, our bugs, basically every single thing that we ever need to keep track of, we keep track of in a platform called Notion. It's really great that essentially every single thing we ever need to keep track of organizationally is in Notion. It supports these Kanban boards, as you see in the screenshot. It's a basic document collaboration platform, just like Google Docs is. It's not, just like our product is not as fully featured in all of these silos, but it's pretty good at all of this stuff. And you can relate all of that data to each other, which makes it really, really, great for having one place that you store everything. If anybody wonders where something is, or what a feature is or does, you can point them towards Notion, and they'll be able to find it. Our roadmap is another compromise that we make for the size of team we are and the size of product we are. We have a pretty high fidelity short-term roadmap. We know very well what we're going to be launching in the next 1 to 2 months. It's pretty much always very heavily informed by customer feedback. We have a fairly long list of things that we want to accomplish long-term, but then we kind of prioritize that list based on what customers are asking for short-term. So, we have this grand vision of what we want the VRM to be, and all of the features that contribute to that. But then we tend to pick and choose and prioritize that based on things that we're hearing from customers. And then we move fast. So we have a design system in Figma, and anytime we need to prototype a new feature, you basically just drag and drop stuff from the design system. Sometimes we don't even do mockups. If we have a feature that is a relatively simple configuration setting or something like that, we just won't even do mockups. That's a compromise. Sometimes you miss stuff and you have to go back and kind of rethink things a bit. But that's a compromise for moving fast for sure. We do continuous integration and not quite yet continuous deployments, but we're working on it. So, rapid integration of testing of new code, make sure that all of the code that goes into your master branch is tested. We all have very low friction deployment. It's not continuous deployment, but we use a platform to essentially be able to just tag builds and they go up. One of our major exceptions there is the code that actually makes it to a publisher's site. We only have one person that can deploy that because that's the most important piece of code that we have. And then, as I mentioned before, feature ownership, people own specific features so they can work on them, a lot faster than, if somebody was being assigned something they'd never worked on before. Quality is pretty straightforward. CI and testing. We do a lot of testing. We make QA checklists for all of our releases. We have automated alerting systems. PagerDuty, Sentry is on the front end to alert when there's JavaScript errors. And then we have a site traffic Slack bot, so that if we have a specific publisher having issues, that Slack bot will let us know in Slack that this single website their traffic dropped, by like 90% in an hour or something. I think that's all I got right now. That was a lot of stuff.
That was awesome, man. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let me double check to see questions. No, I think we're good, brother.
Awesome. Thank you,
Thank you,
James.
sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for setting this up.
No worries. Alrighty, last but not least, Brian, let me know when you can hear me.
Hey, James, can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well, man. Thanks for doing this. We greatly appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
Are you gonna share a screen, or just we're gonna look at your beautiful face the whole time, or?
I'm gonna share my screen,
Awesome.
and you let me know if you can see that.
Excellent. I can see that. Give me 10 seconds just to see it on the other screen. I'll be right back.
Cool, sounds good.
All right, take a deep breath and take it away, brother.
Cool. James, thanks for all the effort in putting this together. Everyone, thanks for attending the GNVirtual webinar today. My name is Brian Tobin. I work over at Admiral. So we heard a lot about Admiral from Will, who just talked, and he focused more on what it's like to build a product with a small team. So a lot of what he talked about was how we actually prioritize what we're going to build, and Will talked about how we get a lot of that feedback from our customers. So this next session that we're going to dive into is what that process actually looks like. So how do we take something that a customer is looking for in our product and actually internalize that and say, okay, does this make sense for us to spend the time to build this for this customer? And if we're going to do that, when do we do it? Like how do we prioritize it? Is it on the next sprint? Is it something we do in 6 months? And what does that process actually look like? And then overall, why having a kind of a process like this is important, in my opinion, for any businesses trying to kind of grow and thrive. A quick introduction to myself. So again, I'm Brian Tobin. I'm on the board of Start GNV, and I've been in the software as a service space for about 10 years. I'm currently at Admiral. I run everything post-sale with their customer relationships, from onboarding to implementation to account management. I work closely with Will and the product folks when we get customers who are asking for certain things that maybe the product can't do today, or things they'd like to see the product do in the future, and appropriately take that feedback and make decisions on whether or not that's something that we will add to our product. If you have any questions about stuff that I talk about here, or there's an example of a feedback loop that we'll show at the end, if you'd like a copy of that, feel free to reach out to either of those channels over email, or just shoot me a message on LinkedIn, and I can share that info with you. So before we get into what a customer feedback loop actually is and how we're going to build one, just the main key takeaways for why this is important is that no matter what stage your company's at, you're going to have customers who are going to want to give their opinion about what your product, your service, your company can do, or what it can do better. And it's interesting because it feels like there's this this air of ego that comes into getting this feedback from customers, because it's our product can be seen as our baby, and we put all this effort into it, and that we are the domain experts for the ones who understands how this product needs to work. And that might be right for maybe 60-70% of what we're trying to build, but hearing feedback from customers and getting some outside opinions, or even just ideas of what the product can do from the folks that are actually using, is extremely important. And that feedback is incredibly valuable. So what we're trying to put into place is a way to, one, ingest that feedback and receive it, and make sure that we have a clear way that gets funneled from a customer's mind to our internal organization. And then two, a way to then make sure that we know what's coming up next, what we're going to work on, how is this categorized. Like if we're seeing a number of requests that fall in a service component, for example, say it's completely unrelated to something that we would build on the product side, we would then know to invest in resources, whether it's like a customer service rep, or maybe some sort of customer platform or customer service platform that helps meet those needs for the customers. The biggest takeaway here is that I think all this feedback is valuable, whether or not it's something that is immediately actionable today. So we'll talk about a little bit later how building these programs and these systems is just a way to make sure that we don't lose good ideas. Because I especially know working at Admiral, things come at you fast, and there's so many things that your customers want that sometimes prioritizing them in its own right is a difficult thing to do. And making sure that when a customer comes to you with a really good idea, even if it's something that you can't do today, that you're not going to lose that idea down the road when you do have the time, the bandwidth to address it, I think is incredibly important. So, and with that, what is a customer feedback loop? So there's probably a more formal textbook definition online, but at its very basic level, it's just a system to track what your customers want and then why they're asking for it. And our system at Admiral is fairly straightforward. This is kind of a translation of what we do when we get customer feedback. If you're looking for a very basic system to implement, I'd recommend following this approach. You can do a lot more with this, and I've seen other companies make this a little bit overly complex as far as what it's like to get feedback. In my mind, there's two outcomes when a customer's asking you for something. It's either, hey, this is a good idea, and this is going to go down the good idea path, or eventually build this out, or hey, this is an idea that doesn't fit what we're looking to do, and here's why. That here's why part is important in the fact that your customers aren't irrational. And well, most of them, we all have a crazy customer too. But when your customers are asking for something in the product, there's a reason that they're asking you, or they're asking the team that's building that product to build that for them, because they trust you, they think that your product can do it, they trust the capability of the team to deliver on it. But that doesn't always mean that with the company vision, that that's the right thing for you to build. So part of our process here is, if we're not going to do something for a customer in the short term because it just doesn't fit our vision, what we try to do is be very transparent about the reason why. Now, for a smaller organization, that may be less important because it depends on who's interfacing with your customers. You might be able to articulate why we're not building something out. But as a company scales over time, you're likely going to have repeat requests from customers. And if a customer asks for something that you have determined internally that you are just not going to do because it doesn't fit the overall broad vision of what you're trying to build, memorializing the reason why that wasn't incorporated into the product for your internal teams is extremely helpful, because it keeps everyone on the same page and lets them have a consistent message to your customers on why whatever it is the customer asked for wasn't being incorporated. So our process is as follows. So the first thing we do in all of this is we get feedback. That feedback happens a number of ways. A lot of it happens conversationally. We try to get on the phone with our customers fairly often and just see how things are going and what ideas they have about what we can do with the product. That can happen over email. For larger organizations, we see it happen a lot in social media now. Everyone on Twitter can express their opinions, and everyone feels like they're a product manager for every product they interact with. The next step is, once that feedback has been received, there needs to be some sort of system to organize it. And the system doesn't need to be thought too deeply into, because it doesn't make sense to slow down the ingestion of that information, trying to find the perfect fit. If you can't find like a perfect user feedback system, use Google Sheets. We're going to go through an example with Airtable in a few minutes, which is a free tool, and I can share the example that we built out. I've used Trello in the past. Will mentioned that we use Notion at Admiral. It's great. Jira. There's a variety of different tools that you can use to collect this feedback. Choose one and then go with it. The next step is categorization. So what is this that the customer is asking for? Is it an enhancement to an existing feature? Is it something brand new that we've never done before? Is it something about how we interact with our customers? A good example for that third category is we started doing quarterly business reviews with customers in like Q3, Q4 last year, because we had a number of customers come to us and ask, how are we doing with Admiral? And with what our technology does, it benefits us as a company to kind of make it front and center to our customers what we've brought them. And doing that in an ad hoc fashion isn't the best approach as we scale. So we started implementing this idea of quarterly business reviews where we summarize what a customer has received from us over a period of time. Again, it didn't really take anything from our product team. This was more of like a sales marketing effort, but we started doing this based on direct feedback that we had from our customers. Once we've categorized, we then prioritize. So not everything can be done today, especially when we work with small teams, limited resources, and we need to be diligent to make sure that things that we want to get done that are the big chain movers are getting done. So prioritizing things appropriately and making sure that the effort and impact are memorialized somewhere is important to know. Now that prioritization stage typically spits off one of two results. So we realize that with what a customer is asking for, if the effort is outweighing the impact of what we see to a broader customer base, or this is something that could potentially be a distraction from us hitting a larger feature or doing something that we know is going to be a bigger initiative for us as a company, we may close that request. And the big reason for closing that request, one, is for the customer. We don't want to lead them, we don't want to lead them along if we're not going to do something. And we want to inform them and we want to let them know what that decision or how we came to that decision, and then let them know what other alternatives that we're going to have for them or why we made that decision. That way there's transparency on the customer side. And really that helps establish trust in that we're not just saying no to everything the customer's asking. There are logical reasons why certain things don't make it into the pipeline. If it does meet what we're planning to do and we think we can do it, and the effort and the impact are balanced, we then prioritize it for a release. On the Admiral side, we distinguish feedback and features as unique, really objects in our Notion boards. So once feedback has been approved that we're going to do it, it gets moved to our product team, and our product team then prioritizes and categorizes and puts in the appropriate sprint when they can. And then that feedback is released, which is fantastic. The nice part of having a system like this is once that feedback is released, because we've organized the customers that have been asking for that feedback, you can immediately go to them and get a quick win with that customer and say, hey, this is now live. Let's hop on a call and walk through this new feature. Here, let's make sure that you're getting value from it. Let's get some initial feedback. And again, your customers feel like they're valued and that they've had an impact on the product's growth. The importance of the feedback loop is it's a consistent single path for how your customers communicate with you. If you don't have a system like this in place, people are going to be having conversations over email, with your reps, with yourself, on social media. And the inability to funnel that into one location means you're going to have all of these good or bad ideas kind of floating out in the ether. And then making decisions on those ideas becomes very difficult because you don't have a single place where you can review them. For us to help make sure that we keep our roadmap aligned with customer needs, we're very customer driven. We don't want to build stuff if folks aren't going to use it. But again, we do have this broader vision of what we want our product to be, but there has to be this kind of delicate balancing act of making sure that we're moving towards how we see our product 1 year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, while also serving the immediate customer needs that we need to make sure those customers continue to be happy and pay us over time. Also customer impact. So what I like about having a feedback system in place is that some of the requests that your customers have are likely, they're not the only customer asking for that. So being able to measure impact by the total number of customers asking for a feature is a great way to help the product folks understand the priority and say, if we build this, we're going to make 10 customers extremely happy compared to this other feature, which might have the same effort that might only result in 2 customers being satisfied by that feature. Then it also makes customers feel like they're heard. I'm sure everyone here who works with customers has had a conversation where they have an idea about your business. And if there's not some sort of organized approach for how they give those ideas to your business and then you internalize them, the customers can feel a little bit neglected because some of their ideas might be very, very good. And then for your own internal team, it gives them confidence as well. Because if you've worked with customers before, kind of flipping the table around right now, and a customer does have a good piece of idea, but you don't know how to propagate that to the appropriate resource internally to make the decision to either do it or not do it, it kind of puts your team in this gray area of not knowing how to make sure that the customer has been heard and that their needs are getting to the appropriate folks internally. All right, so building the customer feedback loop, we're going to walk through an example in a second that I build an Airtable. Essentially, what your customer feedback loop is just a way to organize information that the customer is looking for with some sort of feature enhancement that they want. You can have an endless number of fields that you or data points that you collect on individuals, or excuse me, these requests. I wouldn't go too crazy because you can make it overly complex. I would start with these 7 that we have listed over here on the left. Probably the most important is this concept of a user story. So a user story is the idea that you want someone to articulate what they would do with this feature, enhancement, new product, etc., and what they would do with it through the voice and the lens of the person actually using it. For Admiral, we work with digital publishers. So a lot of our user stories would start with, as a digital publisher, I would like X feature to help me improve Y business outcome. Then you want supporting media. Supporting media is essentially any images or videos that kind of help articulate what exactly that person's asking for. You then want to keep track of the total number of customers requesting, especially who those customers are. A status can be something as simple as submitted in our product team's queue. In review, we'll walk through a few examples in a few minutes. Category is what category this falls into. Prioritization is fairly straightforward. And then the event that this gets closed, having a close reason on that feedback card is important as well. Because again, if someone finds this in the future and they see that this feature was not implemented or this feedback was not taken into the pipeline, there needs to be a reason why. If not, it feels like things were just closed arbitrarily, which doesn't really bode well for trying to articulate to a customer why we're not doing a certain request. With that, we'll just take a look at a feedback board that I put together this morning. Simple example customer for the Daily Bugle, so a newspaper, a fiction newspaper up in New York. So what we have is a simple feedback board here. This is Airtable. If you haven't used Airtable before, fairly simple spreadsheet, like a spreadsheet database tool, but works well when we're doing something like this, like collecting customer feedback. And again, not a complex thing to set up. So in regards to the different types of feedback that we have here, these are the feedback cards that we'd essentially build out. You'd have a title for your card. You'd have your user story right here. Then you'd have your status. In this example, we only have a few statuses. We have feedback, added to backlog, closed with reason. We put a prioritization. And then I recommend linking customers here too. So the only other unique thing that we've done in this example is that we've actually built a table in this dashboard as well called customers. And we start linking the customers to the specific features they asked for. Just helps keep us organized for what customers actually need these enhancements implemented. And again, once they're live, it lets us know who to reach out to. We're going to go back this way because I'm hitting close on time. And for folks who want that example that we just walked through, I'm happy to share that. That's a simple Airtable template that I can shoot your way, and you can start building from that and start collecting customer feedback. To close things up, we're going to go through just probably the 3 most common questions I hear when we start building kind of customer feedback loops out. The first thing is, do I need to add everything that my customer asked for to my product or service? Absolutely not. Again, our customers should impact our roadmap, but they shouldn't control it. We need to have our vision for what we want our product service to be. But again, getting this feedback from our customers helps validate that we're thinking in the right direction, because we're, of course, trying to solve their problems. But no, we shouldn't be expected to implement everything they asked for. Part of the importance of that closed reason category is to let us say no, but to let us say no in a logical way that gives the customer reasoning on why we said no. When should we start capturing customer feedback? Day one. Like, if you can, again, it's not a complicated thing to start doing. And in fact, the earlier you do this, the better way you have of seeing how many customers are actually asking for certain things. Because if you haven't been keeping track of customer requests, there's a high likelihood that multiple customers have asked for similar requests, and we're actually not treating them directly, or we don't think both customers asked for them, and that just is frustrating. And then can I automate feedback collection? A lot of what we've discussed here is getting information from emails or conversations or social media, but can you use something like a Google form to ask customers to provide their ideas on feedback without having to interact with those customers? Absolutely. I would recommend using the feedback as an opportunity to have a conversation with a customer. I think it makes a ton of sense to turn a general request of a customer wanting something from you into a way for you to have a broader conversation with that customer. Because the reality is, like, what your customer's asking for, they might have a problem they need solved, and they think that what they're asking for is the way to solve that problem. But you might already have a way to solve that for the customer in your product or service that they're just not aware of. So, big advocate for just getting on the phone with the customer and vetting out what exactly they're asking for and making sure that they know what you currently can and can't do. And that's it on feedback loops. I think they're incredibly important. I think it helps make sure that we build the stuff that our customers want, and that keeps them happy and keeps them with us long term. If you have any questions about any of this, you can email me, brian@startgnv.com, or shoot me a message on LinkedIn, and I'd be happy to help with any of this. And then James, any questions that came in?
Yeah, just one. Do you treat good and bad comments and requests and feature requests the same, or do you kind of categorize them as in kind of like in moods or something like that?
So at Atom, we treat them the same. So we have an initial feedback board that if someone says, hey, your support times are poor, you're not getting back to us in you're getting back to us in 12 hours, that's something that we can still either improve on the product side with some sort of automation, or that's something that we can improve with staffing or just resource allocation. So I wouldn't split them up. I think that's a good example of trying to overcomplicating it a little bit too much, because at the end of the day, that still results in one of two outcomes, right? Like either we fix that problem, or it's not something that we think is a broad issue with all of our customers, so we close it and let the customer know the reason why we closed it.
Awesome, man. I greatly appreciate that.
Cool. All right, James, thanks for everything today.
Excellent. If you want staying on, I think we're going to try to do a quick picture here of everybody.
Awesome. Here, I'm going to stop share.
Let me ping a couple people here. Or we might have to do it later. What's that? Oh, there's Aiden. Awesome. This was kind of last minute, so I didn't tell everybody until like the middle. But
Hey, thanks for sharing all that, Brian and Will. I really enjoyed both y'all's talks.
Agreed.
Well, that was a well-coordinated back-to-back that we didn't coordinate.
Nice.
Wow, this is bizarre to see the two different screens that are slightly off from each other. Wow.
We are viewing Will's screen. Are you sharing your screen, sir?
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, perfect.
It's weird. I guess since I didn't actually sharing last, it just automatically shared my screen.
All right, quick screencast. I can take one on my end too.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds just to I didn't put my makeup on this morning, so. Oh, I got a bad.
Nice.
Sorry.
There we go.
We're out in space. Hold on a second.
Rocking it.
Okay. What is that? Oh. Apparently we're making lunch.
All right. Everyone smile. Or...
2 more seconds. Ready? Oh, camera.
Yeah. Taking a picture.
Got it.
You got it, Aiden?
2, 1. Woo! All right, we're good.
Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thanks
Have
for
a good
putting
one,
this
y'all.
together, James.
Happy
Bye.
Saturday.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, James. Nice to see you guys.
Bye.